Доброе утро, уважаемые дамы и господа. Через минуту мы начинаем.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Assalomu alaykum. Rus tilida gapirsam, mana shu yerda delegatsiya Rossiyadan juda ko'pchilik, boshqalar ham boshqa respublikalardan ham ular tushunadi yaxshiroq rus tilini. Доброе утро.
Good morning, dear colleagues. Let me congratulate you with us getting together here, and to open our event, let me give a floor to our Minister of Healthcare of Uzbekistan, Asalbek Khudayarov.
Assalomu alaykum. Hurmatli hamkasblar, hurmatli eng mamlakatimizdagi tibbiyotni og'ir bo'lgan yo'nalishidagi ruhiy tomondan ham, jismoniy tomondan ham va boshqa professional tomondan ham og'ir bo'lgan yo'nalishni xodimlari. Mana bugun tarixiy sana xalqaro ishtirok bilan tez tibbiy yordam xodimlarini respublikani birinchi syezdi nishonlanyapti. Ruxsat bersalaring, chet ellik mehmonlar borligi uchun ruscha men davom etsam, ruxsat berasizlarmi? Здравствуйте.
Hello, dear participants, dear friends, my dear teachers. I'm very happy to see you all here in sunny Uzbekistan, in the friendly city of Tashkent, capital of our Uzbekistan. So, first of all, let me, on behalf of Ministry of Healthcare and from my personal behalf, congratulate you in this very prestigious and first international event. First national congress with participation of international experts dedicated to organizing the ambulance service is today considered very urgent. Important of this event is proved by the fact that we have representatives of over 10 friendly countries such as Russia, China, Turkey, South Korea, France, Germany, Italy, Belarus, Tajikistan, Turkmenistan, Kazakhstan, and also representatives of international organizations. We know that ambulance service plays a substantial role. I cannot find the right word. Which role does it play in lives of people? In healthcare and medicine, it plays a crucial role in keeping lives of patients. That's why in our country, under the leadership of our president, we have transformation of the industry, improving the assets of the system. Most important thing, and before that, Sergei Fedorovich will not let me lie. He's my teacher. I used to work in different positions. Before, we only thought about improving the assets management, improving the professional skills, but management regulations was behind. As a result of the reforms in healthcare, in particular in the ambulance service, we have established the management silo. Today we have 14 regional branches of ambulance care service, 170 stations, about 1,500 support points, where we have 2,850 medical teams that work with big workload. We have reduced the time of arrival after the emergency phone call. We've been experimenting, and we assigned to the position of the service of the system non-medical background person who was working in the digital related issues. After that, the automatic system started to work, reducing arrival time. We started to assort the patients. Before that, we saw that in the leading countries with the system developed on a proper level, and after the initiative of our president, we bought more than 1,000 modern vehicles. Also, the money dedicated to buy medicines for every call increased 10 times. Now we need to think about justification, and we need to move to a stage when we need to make assortment of calls. Regular example, somewhere a patient would suffer from the stroke or heart deficiency would suffer. Meanwhile, ambulance would go to another patient with simply flu. After that, we continue to lose time, important time to save the patients who actually really require assistance from ambulance teams. We have set ourselves an ambitious goal to further improve the system, and for that, in this year in city of Tashkent and next year in city of Nukus, this is the capital of Karakal, Pakistan, Autonomous Republic. So in Nukus city and in the regions we will organize special medical teams which would be directed to the so-called light calls, with special light vehicles providing routine assistance to understand what to do next with these patients. Also based on Andijan Medical Institute, together with our Korean colleagues, we started preparing paramedics, training paramedics. Sergei Fyodorovich, I would like to ask you and your colleagues to share your experience, because the whole world and the system of ambulance, all the events are made by paramedics. Special teams is a special, separate issue, but in conditions of Uzbekistan, medical teams or teams created from paramedics would probably play a very important role in both economic related issues and in terms of the quality, because we have to make firm decisions, report to the management, and then move forward, because today across the world the situation is not nice situation, geopolitics, war and conflicts, and ambulance is needed for all cases. So what we need, the policy of our leadership in Uzbekistan, we want to develop in a peaceful way. We want to serve our people in a peaceful society. Also, in call centers of Tashkent and Samarkand city, and next year in all the regional branch offices of the center, we will launch special service of assortment. Finally, we decided to develop the triage assortment, where narrow experts will work. who would consult remotely everybody who would address call center. They would define the patient's conditions, type of disease, severity, through assortment of people's calls, and redirect particular specific medical teams. If you have established this service in your country, we would be trying to learn from you. So our policy is to adopt the most positive, effective experience from any country, any system for Uzbekistan conditions. And we are asking your help and support. Also, in the remote mountainous regions like mountain ranges, highways, we will establish 103 items equipped with the medical teams. Those of you who know geography of Uzbekistan, we have a very unique country with mountains and deserts and plains, and we are proud of that, especially during winter time. It is very difficult to provide assistance to those people who suffered, who are in the remote places hard to reach. I also want to announce about one piece of news. This year we are planning to buy 50 more special electrical vehicles for ambulance service and 150 for other regions, altogether 200, and also equip the ambulance vehicles with compact equipment. And why electrical vehicles? We need to learn to save money. We need to start to learn to save budget. And spend money wherever needed most. We made first successful tests in Tashkent. At the entrance to this hotel, you could see samples of these vehicles, and it would be very good for our patients, for our citizens. And also, most importantly, we want to localize the production of these ambulance carriages in our country. And for that, we have all possibilities to localize and produce and eventually export these vehicles. Without any doubt, such positive changes would serve further development of this industry. Dear participants of this Congress, I believe that this event would be an important place to exchange opinion about modern conditions and perspectives of development the ambulance service in our country, and joint discussion of top-of-the-line world experience, implementation of new technologies and digital solutions in our industry, especially with participation of AI. Active participation of international experts and local experts would create firm foundation for new partnership relations in our future plans. At the end, I wish you fruitful discussion and big success in your further endeavors. Most importantly, I would like to wish you very good health. Don't be tired from providing urgent medical care to our population and ambulance services to our population. Thank you very much. And at the end of my presentation, I would like to ask our people to have a round of applause to our guests who, despite a very tight schedule, found a little of their time to come to Tashkent, Uzbekistan, and participate in our first historic Congress dedicated to development of ambulance service. Welcome. Hush Kalipsis.
Благодарим вас, уважаемый Асилбек Анварович, за теплые слова, поддержки и высокую оценку нашей деятельности и за ту решимость, с которой Министерство здравоохранения реформирует и укрепляет систему скорой помощи в нашей стране. Большое спасибо.
Уважаемые
Dear colleagues, next moment in our Congress is very important. Serving healthcare is everyday work. Today we praise those who have deserved our attention in our country for the multi-year experience, active participation in educational event and influence onto development of healthcare system. We would like to award prizes. Medal to Sergei Bagnenko. Next person is well known to the medical community in our country. His input into development of science is hard to be forgotten. For development of healthcare and ambulance service, medal is given to Professor, Doctor of Medical Service, Mr. Ildar Minulin. Ambulance service is not just the internal resource, but also a result of successful international partnership. This organization was the first to respond to our reforms. As a result, there was the successful project on pre-hospital ambulance service in Tashkent, Samarkand, and other regions. Total project cost is about 11 million US dollars. We're sure that Fund Coffee would be our constant partners for the input, active participation, practical assistance in Korean Fund of International Healthcare. The medal is given to executive representative of Coffee Fund in Uzbekistan, Mr. Ju Sing Kwan. For development of special medical aviation, medal is given to coordinator of COICO project and NMC, professor of Korean National University of Transport, Mr. Shin Dong-min. Today is a very joyful day, not just for our medicine. We are happy to announce that between our healthcare and NMSC, we signed grant memorandum of cooperation envisaging up to $7 million within the technical assistance project to develop digitalization, modern technologies, and human capital in the ambulance service. And now we will going to have a ceremony of signing this memorandum.
Уважаемые участники
Dear Congress participants, continuing this part, I would like to invite to the microphone our dear partner, Professor Shin Dong-min, coordinator of KOICO project and National Medical Center, professor of Korean National University of Transportation, for welcome speech. Please, dear Professor Shin Dong-min, please provide us with your support in our all endeavors and projects.
Dear guests, dear colleagues, dear workers, and also I would like to send the words of greetings to our dear Huriyara Fasalbek Anvarovich, Minister of Health, Republic of Uzbekistan. And of course, today I can say that we are friends and brothers. To Mr. Gafurov Abduvoyjon Huseinovich. And I would like to say the word of greetings and the word of gratitude that you have been preparing the first Republican Congress of Ambulance Service Workers with international participation. And today, I think we made a big step forward, and I'm joining and glad with you to this first Republican Congress. I'm very grateful for invitation. And of course, I would like to say gratitude to every person who are here, because you are saving lives every day. And this event, I think, is devoted to everyone who is in this Congress. And I am the founder, the department of the ambulance service workers in the Ministry of Transportation in the Republic of South Korea. And it's said the dear Minister of Health of Republic of Uzbekistan that we started this program also here in Uzbekistan, the city of Andijan, and we are really happy to join this program. And we started this work, and it is the first in Central Asia, and we are ready to make contribution into this further. And this department was opened not only in Andijan State University, but also in Samarkand, Jizakh, Surkharnaria, Karakalpakstan. So we would love to have a lot of departments in other regions and very distant, remote regions in the Republic of Uzbekistan. Because if we have these educational departments, and if we have it not only in the capital but in other cities, I think it will be very great.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that you are participating here. Thank you so much, the Minister. I appreciate it. Thanks.
Всем спасибо. Для приветственного.
For the next greetings, we would like to invite our next key partner, Mr. Ju Sing Hwan, who is acting representative of the Korea Foundation for International Healthcare Coffee Office in Uzbekistan. Republic of Korea, please.
Assalamualaikum.
Good afternoon, good morning, everyone.
Guests and the RAC Director, Mr. Gafarov, all distinguished guests. I'm a Dr. Ju Seung-hwan, acting country representative of the Coffee Uzbekistan office. I'm sincerely thank you for the heartfully invitation to the first international conference on the ambulance and the emergency medical service, and for allowing me to participate in meaningful event. Since the establishment of the RAC organizations, I vividly remember the passion and dedication of everyone who has worked until now. Coffee, together with all of you, began the project since 2019 with careful preparation, aiming to advance the emergency medical system in Uzbekistan. As with all projects, we faced several challenges along the way, particularly in the first year, as we already know that COVID-19 pandemic made things very difficult. The suspension of the international traveling between our two countries arised many concerns and then difficulties. However, this challenge, thanks to your support and then comparted effort, we are able to successfully complete the 5 years project in 2023. Moreover, since 2024, we have launched second phase of the project, which is expanding and deepening on our cooperations. During the 5 years, we jointly established modernized simulation centers for training emergency medical personnel in Tashkent, Samarkand. Over 100 training sections have been conducted at these centers, educated more than 2,000 emergency medical professionals. For those unable to attend due to circumstances, we provide mobile training, use portable equipment, and successfully over 1,500 workers are educated. Moreover, the impact of the training didn't end in the classroom. Every time we hear the training, medical staff applied what they learned in real situation and saved lives. We feel grateful and a sense of the fulfillment. Moving forward, we believe that through this continuous partnership and project, 10 of thousands medical professionals across Uzbekistan will be trained, and countless livings will be saved through your dedication work on the futures. Distinguished guests, all of you present here today are the forefront of protecting the lives and safety of the people of the Uzbekistan and partners countries. Through this conference, I hope we can share our knowledge and experience learned from the one others. And I will do my best to join again in the future conference. Once again, I sincerely congratulate you on hosting the first international conference on ambulance and emergency medical service. Thank you, Lauma.
Спасибо, уважаемый господин Джу Сунг-хван.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ju Seung-hwan. Thank you very much for partnership. Thank you for contribution into our development of our country. And I would like also to give the floor to our friendly guest from Russian Federation, head of the Russian Center for Science and Culture in the Republic of Uzbekistan, representative office of Россотрудничества Старосельская Ирина Александровна. Good morning, dear friends, dear colleagues. First of all, let me personally and from the representative office of Россотрудничества greet us, and we are thankful for this invitation. It is a really significant congress. I will briefly share about Россотрудничество because we are not directly connected to medicine, but we are here to promote Russia education, Russia science, and Russia culture, and the Russian language. This is our direction. But we have one more direction. We send our Uzbekistan citizen to study in the best leading institutions in Russia Federation, according to the quote. Every year, 800 people and 810 people for second year for free, they are being sent to Russia Federation to study in the university. I would say it's a leading direction is, of course, medicine. And last year, around 30 people for one place. It was a big vote seats. And when we were talking to the students who would like to go abroad, who would like to be doctors, and we asked them, just imagine what responsibility you are going to take off, because to be a doctor is a hard work, and it's a very serious profession where on your decision, on your knowledge, the life of people will depend on. And you know, a lot of them, they start to think, and a lot of them, they change the direction of activity, but more or less a lot of them becoming doctors, and we are very glad that Russia Federation can give good knowledge, experience, and a lot of students come back to Uzbekistan and they start working towards the development of our country, Uzbekistan, and they are treating people. So all of us here, Russia Federation, Uzbekistan, and other countries, we are committed, and we are here to exchange knowledge, to exchange experience, and of course to be friends. Thank you very much one more time. Have a good Congress, fruitful cooperation, and best wishes to you. Thank you very much, Irina Alexandrovna, for your support, for your warm greetings, and for cooperation. And now we would like also to give floor to the person who is organizer and his inspiration of this, the person who is the director of the Republican Ambulance Center of the Minister of Health of the Republic of Uzbekistan, Tashkent, Uzbekistan, Gafurov Abdovoyjan Huseinovich. Good morning, dear colleagues, dear doctors, dear friends. If you allow me, I will proceed my speech in Russian language. Dear participants of the First Republican Congress of Belarus Service Workers, dear guests, on behalf of Republican Ambulance Center of the Republic of Uzbekistan, I am greeting you on this first Congress. And today we are here not just to make conclusion of the work which was done, but also to define the direction of the development, which is a very dynamic and fast-growing direction. And and what we do is about saving life of people. And now we are living in the age of very active reforms, and there is a complex modernization is being done in our country under the guidance of our dear President Shavkat Miramonovich Mirziyoyev, and it is one of the priority spheres, this reform. And today on this Congress we have best representatives of the jobs, and I am sincerely hope that this Congress will be the platform for open dialogue, the exchange of best practices, and to find solutions for different issues. And I would like to say the word of gratitude to our foreign colleagues who find time and came here to participate. Today we have a big delegation from the regions of Russia Federation with Bagnenko Sergei Fedorovich, who is the leading specialist of the Russian Society of Ambulance Servants. I also would like to greet the delegation from the Republic of Korea for the support and contribution contribution to the development of our ambulance service. Today we also have the doctor, leading doctor from Belarus and France and China. And I would like to know that in participation of our Congress, we also have delegates from our neighborhood countries, Republic of Kazakhstan, Tajikistan, Kyrgyzstan, and Turkmenistan. And I would like all participants very effective work and good dialogue. Welcome to Uzbekistan. And now, let me go to my report, which were prepared jointly with our Ministry of Health, and it will be video. The ambulance is having a big role in the life of patients, and today in our country this sector is being transformed, and the technical maintenance is also being optimized, and the big work was being done on improvement 103 service, and this from June 16 by the decree of the president also saying this. And according to this document, in our country the Republican Center of the ambulance center was being developed, and also the maintenance was developed, and we have all technical equipment which need. And during the short time the 103 service is becoming complex system which is meet all international requirements and standards. And during last 2 years there have been 14 regional centers created, more than 60 stations, and more than 1,000 substations. And the ambulance teams is the number is 850. The 70 buildings and construction were being constructed. The optimized system were also this, and then the time of the call is from 6 to 1 minute. So in Tashkent it is from 10 to 20 minutes is reduced to 1 to 2 minutes. And also the ambulance call and the dispatcherization and the monitoring of the medicine, everything were automatized and digitalized. So a lot of paper were reduced. And the experience of Tashkent city in regional branch, we have one single call centers, and it also the GPS trackers were invited. And according to the decree of the president, more than 1,000 cars, Volkswagen Caddy, were started to be engaged. And more since 2025, the usage of electrical vehicles 103 started to be used, and this year in Republican Ambulance Center, BYD Seagull started to be used. Today we have more than 65,000 employees in Ambulance Center, and more of them, 13,000 are doctors. Today we have also the training centers in our Ambulance Center, and today the qualification were improved using modern technologies and innovations. More than 15,000 employees went through these requalification center trainings, and with the fund of KOFIH, a lot of investments were done and a lot of things were improved. In the framework of this project, in all regions of our country, the simulation center were established, and also the agreement with National Medical Center is project amount is more than $8 million. It's all about improving the qualification, developing the skills and knowledge of our workers, and also the assessment and monitoring of this, as well as quality control. And this service has leading specialists, and we are meeting international standards, and we have all modern equipment, and we are making contribution in the medical field of Republic of Uzbekistan. Today's event is a good platform to exchange opinions between local and foreign colleagues, and to discuss together in open dialogue the current issues, and to find a new perspective of the development. And we have people who are here from different countries. We have delegates from Russia Federation, China, Republic of Korea, France, Germany, Belarus, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, and Turkmenistan. We wish you fruitful dialogue and new success. Dear guests, one more time, welcome, and let us proceed with our conference. Thank you very much. The development of ambulance center is not possible without learning international experience and also partnership with our scientific partners. We would like to introduce very big specialist and also doctor and professor with the greetings and report on the development of the ambulance in Russia Federation, the rector of the first St. Petersburg Academy after the Academy of Pavlov, the chairman of Russia Federation, Bagnenko Sergei Fedorovich.
Уважаемый президиум.
Dear Presidium, dear colleagues, it's a pleasure to me and very flattering that our big delegation is present at such a great event, which is the first Congress of Ambulance Service Workers in Uzbekistan. Let me admit that we have been going on hand in hand with Uzbekistani colleagues, exchanging experience and learning from each other. And when you turn back and see how much has been done, honestly speaking, you feel pride when you see established system in Uzbekistan, and I would like to thank the late Islam Karimov for the decree which has established the system of the emergency medical health care in the country, arranged in the shape of pyramid, where not just central office was established, but the branches in 13 regions, and it played big role when in the country the emergency health care emergency assistance must be provided without interfering relatives or somebody else, and life to be saved. And this is 25 years since we started to go hand in hand. We in Russia, in your great team in Uzbekistan, and I would like to praise Firuz Gafurovich, Shavkat Ibragimovich, and all the predecessors who played their role, Rustam Nurmuhamedovich, that we have been going for 2.5 decades hand in hand organizing this service. But the time has come when really we have to establish a firm system of not just hospital care, but the emergency health care, given the fact that we perfectly understand that here we have our own technologies, specifics, and big teams which must be dealt with and have IT systems, and it must have its own organization. Another point that it is the same specialty, and in Russia we have our Society of Emergency Healthcare, which is approximately our first Congress of Emergency Healthcare. This is a medical ambulance healthcare system, but also there's a system of emergency healthcare bringing along the hospital people. And these are two societies that help each other, and clearly they cannot split the patient into two. Everything is done for the patient's sake, and if we say that we need to create the chain of life, chain of survival, of course it starts from the emergency ambulance healthcare, from the dispatcher, call operator, speed of arrival, but isn't it just the factors defining and determining the survival rate? we say, yes, to come quickly is good, but the patient must be driven quickly to the right place where the right assistance would be provided, and along the road right assistance must be provided, and for that the whole system is needed inside within this pre-hospital stage of providing emergency healthcare. And I understand that today the start was given to another stage of development of that particular phase, which is quite substantial and important. That's why I'm not going to hide that we have been taking over many good things from Uzbekistan, and during every meeting we look at our friends take something over, implement and adopt something what is good for us, something which is especially urgent and important for our system. That's why I understand that Uzbekistan has its own way, its own powerful academic staff. But if you allow me, let me tell you about the phase that Russia is on. What we are currently doing to live safe in our country, so that every person could hope that no matter what happens, he or she will get the right amount of medical assistance which is needed in the right place, right time. Dear colleagues, the condition, perspectives and tasks of development of emergency medical health care and subjects of Russian Federation. Well, clearly we had our own task about 20 years ago, because transportation was very worn out. And let me tell you about the problems that we survived in our place. Worn out transportation, deficit of staff, huge territory where it is very hard to reach, people unhappy about it. And honestly speaking, of course, if we remember what happened 25 years ago, we had a substantial part of people's migration for medical reasons. Can you believe that? Migration, people were living with families because where they were living it was not possible to get any medical help. For one family members, the whole family were moving out. And then, most important thing, what our president has done, that he filled the social revenue in the country. So he brought back the revenues from resource base in the country back into the country. And from that, money started to appear. And first thing he did, he improved the quotas to provide high-tech medical assistance. People stopped living to Israel, Germany, and the United States because they had oncology, endo, prosthesis, stunting, and chemotherapy. 20 times in 1 year, they increased the number of such quotas. And then there was a national project which started to develop the primary medical sanitary help. And one of the first sections there was ambulance care, 2007-2008, where they bought 15,000 vehicles and equipped the stations. Strongest step. And then years passed and we became smarter. Not 15,000 at once. It's best to buy 1,500 a year, because we bought them immediately and all of them started to get old. 7-year, 10-year passed and we had to buy new ones. Such issues we had to discuss every year when we were coming to Uzbekistan, and every year a big delegation from Uzbekistan was coming to Russia, and we were aligning every step whether we do right or wrong, whether we do make any mistakes or not. If somebody is doing differently, let us analyze this experience, and let me tell you that it is very useful. And now we have approached a step when we say that to arrive on time, the problem is resolved. We have two types of calls: emergency with the threat to life, and another one. The emergency is 20 minutes, the other one 2 hours. Over 58% of all the calls made within time frame, and talking about the emergency, over 90% of all these calls come to patient within 20 minutes. But whether it resolved the tasks, and the task must be resolved. If the person has a spinal trauma and if we bring it to the next hospital, what we are going to do that? We imitate providing help. In fact, we are losing time. Because if we bring an adult patient with the hip fracture brought to the regional hospital, what do? Losing time. If we bring a person with thermo-inhaling trauma, which must be done invasive monitoring therapy, and we bring this person to regular hospital, what we did? We doomed this person to death. So that's why, first of all, acceptance of call, transmitting the call. At first moments we need to understand where we need to bring the patient to. It would define the further destiny of the patient. Second phase, our doctor came to the patient. Could be paramedics or doctors. Time will come with paramedics. For every time there's a certain level of development of medicine and society. If we just try to overrun the speed, it will fall off. We will all eventually get to the paramedic stage, but we start from big cities when the evacuation would last for 15-20 minutes. But when the evacuation is 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, paramedics is not enough. It's not enough because we need to provide help which goes beyond their knowledge. So the first medical contact is a place where people define the most appropriately where we're going to bring the patient to. And then we need to bring a patient to the place where he will get relevant medical assistance. So our saying doesn't mean that everybody would fall under 24 hours, but the person must stay under the first 24 hours, given our huge territory. In the first 24 hours, we need to provide a patient, to come to a place where he or she would get the right help. If it's the elderly patient's fracture of hip, and special technology, special place, first 24 hours, we must not fall to sleep unless we provide the help. If a helicopter is needed, yes. If rendezvous is needed, yes. If we need to bring the emergency medical ambulance, yes. But it must be within 24 hours. And every case of rehospitalization, we must look into from the point of view what prevented us from immediately bringing a patient to the right place with the right help could be assisted and provided. And for that we need information systems, primary analysis with AI capacity, given a team which requires analysis, and out of that expert opinion and decision making, which would prevent repeating the mistake. What it means, modern pre-hospital assistance help system. The purpose is clear. The purpose not to arrive quickly. It's a good condition. The purpose is not just bring a person to a hospital, but to bring a patient to where according to the preliminary diagnosis, proper assistance will be provided and rendered. Everything must be built for that. And I would like to say that today, clearly under our territories and given our territories, it is impossible to do without sanitary aviation. We have 20,000 flights every year. 10 years ago we had 10,000 flights a year, but this is expensive resource. Every hour let me say, at least $20,000 every hour of the flight. Within a city, 1 hour, and outside 120, 200 kilometers could be 2-3 hours. It's big money. That's why the money must be managed in a right way, in a smart way. And who is going to manage this money? The team which sits in a district hospital? Of course not. For that we need to have centralization and understanding the level which manages the expensive resource, which are the doctors or the paramedic of the team, setting preliminary syndromal diagnosis, contacting the senior doctor, and they together define which level and which transportation this could be resolved with. That's why we have 4 most important steps to achieve this objective. First step, it is not possible, no wait, what now I'm saying, that the ambulance with its more than 3,000 teams at the same time is on duty. This is the blood circulation system, but the blood circulation system will not provide survivability if not all the bodies would work. I mean, all the phases of the special healthcare. So we need to define where we are bringing the patient, not in the moment we met the patient, but preliminary. Following the diagnosis, we understand where we are going to bring the patient, and from that point in the country, any point in the country, and that's for every region. We need to define the level. If it's a, say, acute phase of the chronic disease or tachycardia, even if we bring it to university clinic or nearest hospital, the help could be provided there because they have 24-hour therapeutical department, they have the ultrasound, the regular biochemical analysis set, and everything could be provided there. But if we take a look at the circle, this is 80% of all calls. 80%. That's why all of this bulk of calls by 80% needs to be brought to the nearest hospital. But the whole point is there are remaining 20%, and they must not be missed, and for them special sanitary aviation for that second, third phase, and for that the whole system is set up not to miss them, because for these patients delay or evacuation to the nearest hospital is an illusion, because then we'll lose them or bring them to the very difficult complication, because then we'll have to retransport them, but in the worst conditions, next day, 2 days later, including sanitary aviation and so on. That's why, of course, in order to build up this system, how much time was needed until we did it in our country and in Uzbekistan, these regional centers we set up there. Second level, because we all had first and third level and no second level. And can we develop everything needed in every district for modern surgery, traumatology, gynecology? Like modern blood transfusion, ICU, 24-hour diagnostics in every district? Of course not. But if it's 100, 150 kilometers away from us, it's better to drive these 150 kilometers and get a surgery, getting endovideo surgery, modern perfusiology, modern ICU, emergency service. This is what inter-regional, inter-district centers. That's why in a moment when our team has come to a patient and we have defined, like now, what we say that yes, of course, if the heavy diagnostics is required or invasive technologies, that's second level. If very narrow specialists are required, high quality experts needed, third level is required, like children which need juvenile surgeons and anesthesiologists, that third level. The simplest way of assortment, emergency, if there's a threat to life, second level, if not, nearest hospital. But this must be established in the IT system, medical system. It must be supported by daily training. And this is the task for modern system of ambulance care service. So our first task, medical circle, to define the second level, to define population, but again, many mistakes along the way. Not so important in Uzbekistan, because in Uzbekistan, 38 million population and territory not comparable with Russia. But in Russia, people want to place the centers often. As soon as you put it for the population of 200,000, they stay empty. That's a very big mistake and monument to our stupidity. We don't allow it now. More? Okay. Maybe 200,000, 500,000 in the circle, maybe like Moscow region. 850,000 people in the circle. If the remote territory, it makes no sense to make this palace of diagnostics and surgical help for less than 2,000.
Только на популяцию. Вся медицина.
Just find it, and the medicine is working this way. And every technology we can believe if they're working. And we, of course, try to find a surgeon who is working every day and doing the surgery every day. That's why we, in this working center, we can find easily the surgeon, because young surgeon will go there, he will increase his qualification. But if you will put them in the desert where no patients, no technologists, only he is just by name surgeon, and even we give him high paycheck, he will never go there. That's why by doing this, the first step is to create these areas. The second one is to make it united into one center, which you have in Uzbekistan, Republican single center, and it has 14 branches in every part of the country, but it's working as one whole system, because without one whole system it is not possible to realize the main principle. So the person during 24 hours can go the place he needs to go. The third one central dispatchers service, and the last one is also being done in Russia, Turkey, Korea, like Unified Central Dispatch and Admission Department. We need it so the system can work. That's why I will say just a few examples how to form this medical district or area. Just on the example of Orenburg region, this is actually the border with Kazakhstan. So there is a central district or center, and more than half of the population of a region, and plus 1, 2, 3, maximum 4 additional centers, like centers of the second level, at least 200,000 people. Like you can see here is the 375,000 people and 550, because on 200,000 you can make only surgeon, gynecology, neurology, only 5 directions, and plus maybe therapeutic and CU. So this is for 200,000 people, but if we have 375 people, then we can make additional urology and neurosurgery, and also the school and the ophthalmologist, and like we have more directions. They like mini hospital centers, and if we provide the right definition of the area, and also we can define the central medical center which can form this type of health, and then we will equip, of course, according to the modern standards and requirements and international protocol of giving first help. first aid. And this is another example on this is Kaliningrad region, and here we have around it's like eastern area, and also you can see the centers Chernihovsk. So where we should put this center, like how to define this location. If you look at this area, you will find Gusev, and like you feel like location is good, the Gusev. But if you see the roads, you will see that all roads, the crossroads is Chernihovsk. And also the second one, from Chernihovsk, you have people who will go, they will go to Kaliningrad, not to Gusev. That's why we need to take into consideration all these factors, and also the mentality of people who are trying to go to the center, not from the center. They don't want to go from the center, of course. And now we are realizing it this way. Moscow region, as I mentioned before, for 1,000 you can only build a FAB. For 20,000, like for the region, you can make like therapeutic, like. But for 200, I already said 5 departments or 5 directions. But in Moscow region, you can see 8.5 million people in one Moscow region and 15 million in Moscow. Very close. But now we don't talk about Moscow city. When the Moscow region is saying that like we are of course connected to Moscow, and 8.5 million we can build everything, including transplantology, hematologist, cell therapy, and all types of modern services which you can imagine. And that's how we are doing it. And this task Andrei Yurich Vorobyov is putting before us, and we are realizing. So you can see now, you can see this by 800,000, by 1 million. If you look at the centers, like they are trying to be located like towards Moscow. Why? Because we have more people living here from this part of area, and also people want, like they want to go to the largest medical centers, and it is regarding our areas now. About one single station. I think in Uzbekistan there is nothing to say about it because it is being realized, and it is necessary condition, so the ambulance can, and the hospital part of it, like the so the emergency system, it should work like a military mechanism. The management is not by economic, like maybe yes, by sectors it can do, but it should be administratively management, like an operational block. Like in operation, when you do a surgery, can you work by ruble or by another currency? Yes, of course. Like there is a management because the patient has no chance. That's why the emergency care, of course, some economy should be there, should be calculated. The expenses should be covered. It should, like all resources must be used wisdom-wise, but the mechanism of functioning, it should be team-wise. Because if there is a call, we don't have time of like, okay, what is the calculation of the expenses? We should go, and we should have this goal. And if you look to Russia Federation experience, you can see it's 90 subjects. It's not easy. And also the sizes in Magadan region, it's like France size. And population in 150,000 by the Okhotsk Sea. So you can imagine. And the question is, just try to make it without aviation and without this thorough through the system. And we have like 40% which are not united yet. And we also have some cognitive problems. We don't need this. And we have to persuade, we have to say, so if you don't have decentralized system, for the 24 hours you cannot provide the right evacuation to the appropriate level of the patient. And when they say, no, we have 80%, but 80% it's only to the very near hospital, but all others you will lose. That's what I say by very briefly, we will skip it. So the next step is very important, is what I already mentioned, is one single central control room. Of course, for example, in Chuvashe, we have quite small this control center, but why we have one single like control room or dispatch office in Moscow City, or I can also show in Orenburg, Orsk and Buzuluk. But all three of them on one screen in central control room, they can see each other. The head doctor will manage all teams in the region, and the very simple call, the team can make decision. If there is more complicated, then the control dispatcher can decide, because some decisions can be made on a local level and some can be only on other higher level, and that's why we need sometimes to include some resources, and that's why we all really need a single central control room. And the last one, to manage the like patient flow management, the admissions department. When the patient is coming on the any level, we must put him into category, and of course we need some scales, we need some and of course, like here we can have very easy indicators like respiratory tract, the parameters, blood circulation. If we just put on this according to this criteria, then we can put it to different the different category, like the red one, which is severe, like the yellow one, moderate, and the third one, satisfactory condition. So we must organize a waiting room for green, and there should be the zone for yellow, and of course the ICU for a red group of patients. And if we look at this one, for example, 100 people, it will be 60% will be green, 30 yellow, and 10% of red patients. And this is, if you say that yes, there is the problem, and around 150 people suffered, so I will say that 15 will be severe, 45 will be moderate, and all of others will be easy. In any case, it will be technogenical, or it will be some bomb, or I don't know, anything, but still this proportion will be remaining always, and we must be ready for this. And for this, we must construct it in the right way. So, I think all of us understand it, that we have green, we have yellow and red zones, so you can see it here. Here it's a left, right, and we have red, like CU department, and the proportion of areas, you understand. For green, we must have not only, like for example, in day we have 100 patients, so how much space we can give to green zone, we should understand. Then a lot of them will come from 18 to 23, so it's not by 10, it should be like by 25 per person, so you should calculate that they will come with relatives, so we must have at least 60 sitting places in green zone, because they can be there like at once, 12 to 15 in yellow and 6 in red, and this is a right proportion. And we have these centers, I know, in Davron Bakhtiari, which already has this working department, and it is right. And I'm sure that at the beginning, regional branches, we will have also this, and also these branches will be happening in university hospitals and also in the regional hospitals, and etc. Because this is absolute necessary condition for the technology of admission of these patients. And for this we have national project, and for 3 years we must build 100 departments, areas like this, emergency areas, more than one in every subject, and 40 we already have, so by 2 in every subject. And for them we have typical project, and this project is working. So I think together we are going the same way and the same steps. That's why we must exchange experience. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Sergei Fedorovich, for your partnership, for your support for our joint projects, and let us proceed to the head, the key department, who is really making the in this emergency area, and we would like to invite the director of the Republican Center for Emergency Medical Care of the Ministry of Health in the Republic of Uzbekistan, Gafurov Valerian Bakhtiyarovich. Dear guests, we are very glad to welcome you in Uzbekistan, Tashkent, and for me and for our system, it is an honor, it is a pleasure to be here on this first historical Congress. Thank you very much for invite me and giving me time to report. And Sergei Fedorovich already made easy for our work, so I would like to also tell about organization of ambulances in Uzbekistan historically. So. And I'm sorry. So, in the history of the system, we can see few periods. In 1998. There was a decree signed of our president on organization in Uzbekistan, the system of ambulances, and we organized this service, and we organized two-level system of in Tashkent. It's a main center, and in the regions our branches, and also in distant areas we call it departments of ambulance in like sub branches. So the main principle is accessibility and free. So everyone who came from ambulance is for free. Also, it should be operative and meeting the requirements and standards. And for 24 years, the population grew almost 1.5 times. So we had 24 million. So now we have more than 38 million. And also the people who have the admissions grew in numbers in 3 times. And in the governmental sector is in 5 times. So it is showing the increasing trust to the system. But also we started to see within the time some following problems. Not proportional increasement of we had lack of bedrooms, and also the system, the cabinet system in admission times, also lack of appropriate high-tech equipment because it was outdated, and qualified specialists in sub-branches led to overload of our center and branches. And to solve this issue, we learned from best practices from other countries. And I remember with Abdul Hakim, we were participating in St. Petersburg. It was 2014, and Sergei Fedorovich, you started to continue with Abdul Hakimovich. When we with Vadim Mikhailovich came to Janalidze, we saw the triage system, and in Pavlovsk University, we also visited where the system was organized. And together, when we came, we analyzed the experience, and based on our analysis, out of like in average with a difficult system, because you saw 60%, like 60-30, and then we had 56% of patients. They are in moderate. And we organize this system, triage system, in our center, in our main center. And by analyze, if we take 100%, 49%, we they were only for short time. It was like first aid, and then we exclude some, and then we let them go from our admission center. And by doing this, we decided this problem with lack of bed, and then we implemented it in the branches as well. But as Sergei Fedorovich mentioned, also we identified some problems. So the specialized help was being done only in our center and branches, but in sub-branches we had a problem of polytrauma and other difficult diagnoses. And according to the degree in 2021, it was 198 degree. We organized this center. It was like inter-district center for polytrauma and acute cardiovascular diseases. And now in 35 regions we organize these kind of centers. And now, starting from this time, the system started to become 3 levels, because these inter-district centers were organized according to the number of people living in this area, and later on, according to the decree, this inter-district become a number by 48. So in Tashkent we had +4 region inter-district center, and also in Navayi region and Khatarchikchi and Ksetopinsky region. Also by the end of the year we will organize, and they will be functioning, this additional inter-district center for polytrauma. And the main tasks of these inter-districts is to give help for the people with polytrauma, and also we have more than 34 high-tech equipment with the MRC high-tech equipment, and also the dialysis system. I can also share the fact that before this time, we are a center, and our and to make them ambulatory, make them with the chronic problems with but this problem also we could organize with this reorganization of center, and as I mentioned, we put their dialysis equipment, so now we don't have this big number of chronic disease kidneys patients. And also we started to decrease time for emergency come, and for example for specialists.
As I said, we are equipped with 34 sets of high-tech equipment, and in 4 years' time we have prepared for the centers more than 650 experts for the budget, including traumatologists, endovascular surgeons, and so on. With increase of number of trauma centers providing special help, given the population and given the highways with intensive traffic, we decreased the time of delivery of the victims in trauma centers of first and second level. In first half year, when we started in 2022, the patients with delayed delivery to the centers were 26%, with a similar time in 2024. This indicator reduced to 9% only, and with additional 9 inter-district ones, we plan to reduce these indicators more. The level of victims with traumas given to trauma centers of first level from trauma centers of third level decreased 3 times, from 23 to 7%. After training of relevant experts to the district ones, the number of help at the local level increased to 72%. Recently, we saw the deficiencies in departments of emergency medical health care in the district medical units. As I said before, we had units. I can tell you as example of one. So we had from 15 to 30 beds. Given the population of district, we had departments where in one department or unit we had 10 surgical, 10 therapeutical, and 10 pediatrical. And we have identified the following drawbacks, which are shown on the slide. Development of intra-hospital, including different patients with the heart attacks and children and strokes, everything. So we have split the departments of emergency health care. Emergency or ICU were given to the surgical departments. They have some extra and planned patients. And all the staff of personnel were given to the reception department. And we have organized a triage system. Before we did not have any triage systems in no districts, and now in all districts we have triage system. It gave us the possibility to focus all the efforts in the reception office, resolve all the major issues of patients there, and after stabilization give to the further departments. Also, we have implemented telemedicine. In all the districts now we have telemedical equipment. Every year we have up to 3,000 telemedical consultations. Out of them international consultations as well, with Charité Clinic in Germany. With Charité per year we have up to 400 consultations, with Charité only. Multidisciplinary approach to traumas, broad application of technologies allowed to reduce the lethality issues of heavy patients from 13 to 6%. With angiographic units in all the regional branches until the end of 2024, in all the branches we have installed angiographs. All of them are functioning and operating. Allowed us to apply the standards, including X-ray and vascular surgery, not just in pathologies of blood vessels, but also under traumas as well. As an example, we can give you a case of super selective embolization of liver vessels. In 1.5 years, 4 patients applied this methodology. I can give you one case. In Sirdarya branch, we had a patient after the car accident with liver smashing. Our surgeons has sewn the trauma, but 2 weeks after there was the internal bleeding, and with endoscopy we saw the we found the reason of this bleeding. So we immediately thought that after the sewing externally the wound, the internal, the gallbladder section was not properly sewn, so the blood was getting into the guts. So the surgeons interfered and they stopped embolization of liver arteries, and after that we cured the patient completely. For the past year, in general, we implemented new and expanded existing methodologies of diagnostics and treatment. After angiographies in 5 of our branches, we started to perform cardiosurgical cardiac surgeries. We performed 150 surgeries of different type. As it was mentioned earlier, the proper condition of development of digitalization of the diagnostics process and treatment process. After that, the complete information about the patient is reflected at the working screen of the medical employee. We have implemented that in Tashkent, and after that, in Surkhandarya and Kashkadarya regions, during 1 month, we have implemented integration between the ambulance care in our reception office until the end of this month. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much, Mr. Davron Bakhtiarovich, Mr. Tuliganov. The floor is given to the Director of National Child Center, Mr. Karov. Hello, dear guests, ladies and gentlemen.
Bu O'zbekistonda tibbiy islohotlarning natijasi desam mubolag'a bo'lmaydi. Bunday islohot hamda bugungi birinchi syezd bilan O'zbekiston barcha tez yordam xodimlarini tabriklayman. Hurmatli Abduvoyjon Huseynovich, sizni mamlakatimizda tez tibbiy yordam tizimini takomillashtirish, aholiga sifatli va tezkor tibbiy xizmat ko'rsatish bo'yicha amalga oshirayotgan islohotlaringiz jarayon.
The speaker speaks Uzbek language, despite the previously given Russian and English languages only. That's why there is no translation of his speech.
Tajribalarni chuqur o'rganish, shuningdek, zamonaviy diagnostika, davolash usullarini tez tibbiy yordam amaliyotga joriy etish borasida muhim bosqich bo'lib xizmat qiladi. Sizga ushbu tadbir doirasida faol ishtirokingiz, ulkan muvaffaqiyatlar, mustahkam sog'lik, bardavom kuch, g'ayrat va kelgusi ishlaringizda yangi zafarlar tilayman. Va shu munosabat bilan G'ofurov Abduvoyjon Huseynovich O'zbekiston tibbiy xizmatini sifatini yangi bosqichga olib chiqish, aholiga tez va sifatli tibbiy yordam ko'rsatish borasidagi mashaqqatli va fidokorona xizmatlari, shuningdek yurtimiz kelajagi bo'lgan bolajonlar salomatligini asrash va mustahkamlash yo'lida olib borayotgan samarali faoliyati hamda bolalar milliy tibbiyot markazi bilan izchil va sermazmun hamkorligi uchun bolalar milliy tibbiyot markazi buyrug'i bilan bolalar milliy tibbiyot markazi 5 yilligi esdalik ko'krak nishoni bilan taqdirlanadi.
Thank you, Mr. Bakhtiar Edgarovich. The next presentation is dedicated to one of the key areas in modernization of ambulance service, creating the single dispatcher service 112. This solution is implemented after a resolution of President of Uzbekistan as part of the system of urgency response, as part of digital transformation and security and healthcare. Head of IT Technologies in Uzbek Telecom, invited Mr. Nabiev. Is invited, yeah. Nabiev Sardor Batir Ugle, Head of Department of Development of IT Technologies in the joint stock companies Uzbek Telecom.
ishtirokchilari, sizlarni shu yig'ilishda qatnashayotganinglar bilan qo'llab-quvvatlaymiz. Men Uzbek Telekomda hozirgi kunda axborot texnologiya rivojlantirish boshqarmasi boshlig'i bo'lib ishlayman. ijozat bersanglar rus tilida tadbirni davom ettirsak. Добрый день.
Hello, dear colleagues. Happy to welcome everybody in Tashkent. I would like to show you the key data in terms of Uzbek Telecom. Currently, Uzbek Telecom is a leader in telecommunications in our country. Currently, in the company's ecosystem, there are more than 12 million customers. The company provides services to mobile users, broadband access, internet, and other services. Currently, the length of our telecom infrastructure is about 300,000 kilometers. Covering of mobile connection is 94% of the territory. Broadband access is 96% in coverage. Major point in the input of development of infrastructure in the company is complete digitalization and providing infrastructure to the educational facilities, preschool facilities, reaching that to 100% in terms of telecom infrastructure, and also healthcare facilities. Number of these facilities is more than 4,000, and currently this infrastructure, telecom infrastructure, covered completely by Uzbek Telecom. Before I start presentation about the dispatcher service 112 or call service 112, I would like to say that our company provides connection to large villages, remote villages that has no access to cars, but yet telecom infrastructure is there. This slide we are showing that the emergency numbers first appeared about the history, appeared in UK in 1937 after the tragic fire where 4 people died and there was a problem with the line. And after that, the government of UK, of Great Britain, made a decision to establish the single service. This number is 999. Sorry, not 911, there's a mistake. 999. According to statistics in 2024, on this number in UK there was 37 million calls, 77% on mobile, 27% online, on landlines. Police 52%, emergency medical 45%. Remaining is coastal service and fire department. Talking about the single dispatcher or call service, according to the resolution of our leadership in our country, we implemented the integrated dispatcher service. Currently, this integrated dispatcher service has about 700 employees. 62% are women, 38% are men. And here in infographics, you see the level of education. So 59% have regular education, 39% higher education, 2% have master degrees. Major platform is card platform. We accept applications from people and we pass them over to emergency services. Currently, company has implemented integrated dispatcher service of fire department, being implemented a platform of dispatcher service 102 service, and also currently we have completely integrated into dispatcher service 103. And every call that comes to 112, we redirect them onto emergency services. Respective services for this application is dedicating to their assets and they do their response. In our phase, we receive the first applications and we redirect them. We organize 1,600 employees and we created 424 jobs. Expected full workload per year, 17 million calls. And here in this slide we are showing interface of dashboard of the integrated dispatching service, where we are showing analytical information, receiving applications by services, by reasons. Also there's a geo-information systems where we'll track from the Mahala level, the detail level of concrete specific location of the application and the caller. Also we have integration with GPS trackers of emergency services, where after getting the application and redirecting into the dispatching service, we see the status of the application and we track the vehicle and we can respond to the caller about the arrival time. Also within the platform we expect full integration with dispatching services of emergency services, where we are going to reflect the key indicators up to the brigade level, team level. This would additionally help us to control the whole process from the beginning of taking and up to closure of the call. Talking about technological infrastructure that our company has implemented currently, we have established 2 data centers, data processing center. Currently it is being implemented within the geo reserve. The distance from the first data center to the second data center is more than 6 kilometers. We provided the uninterruptible power supply, major reserve line in both data centers. We provided batteries, diesel generator, and we have uninterrupted power supply and the renewables power sources. In this presentation we are showing our dispatching service. This is the central service located in Tashkent city, as you can see, and also there are 3 remaining regions: Karakal, Pakistan, Samarkand region and Fergana region. And the experts are already working, receiving applications, and currently we are providing call processing and redirecting them to the dispatch service in all the country regions.
And additionally, the reservation call centers we also have in other regions. As I already underlined, the Republic of Karakal, Pakistan, Samarkand region and Fergan region. Thank you very much, colleagues. Thank you very much, Mr. Aliyev. Now I would like to say about coffee break, and also I want to say that during the coffee break we will have memorandum sign ceremony, and one of them the Academy of the Military Arms and the Military Hospital and the Moscow region station, the Россотрудничество, and with the university named after Pavlova. So we are waiting you in the ballroom, please.
На кофе-брейк все приглашаются на первый...
And please... SMI, RSC, MOH, and they are been going through different trainings, and they received a lot of education, and also from Ministry of Health especially, and from
hospital ambulance service. Okay. That's the one. 무엇이 stay and play인지, 무엇이 road and go인지.
So what is stay and play and what is loan and go, and all of us, we need to understand these and in very important situation, the first, when you go to the field, the very important thing, you need to understand the safety. You need to check the safety of the background. Because if the environment is not safe, you cannot go there because it will be dangerous for you as well. Second one, when you go there, you must also check the safety issues. You need to wear glasses or gloves if you need. When you know that the environment is safe, then you can go there. You can also check the safety terms, and you go. And then you need to understand. And if there are a lot of patients, you need to check these patients and then to decide according to the level of severity. So it is called initial assessment. A is this AVAPU, and we have ABC. The A, you check airway, B, you check breathing, C, you check circulation, and based on this initial assessment, you can make a right decision. And this is the work of paramedic staff. Especially if the person is not in the consciousness, then you need to understand. If you check the level of injury, and you also check the neck, and if the breathing is like snoring, and he has and you see critical findings like snoring, gargling, stridor, considerable and poor movement of air, you need to do immediate. You need to take immediate measures, and especially if you have difficult patients, you need to really restore the breathing if it's airway obstruction, and if there is a silence from the patient, you need to check and you need to work with this condition. It's called correcting silence, and this one you cannot do by yourself. It requires a team, at least 3 people, who can make it. For example, one person is doing IV access and ALS drugs, and then another person is doing the advanced airway. So you need to do it in the team. And if you see the person, there is no consciousness, like he, for example, was conscious and then he lost the consciousness, then you can see the possible causes. It can be hypoxia, hypovolemia, late shock, probably head injury, cardiac arrest, or drug overdose. So you need to very quickly to check on this. Then I'm sorry, it's okay. And the medications for respiratory distress, because if you have any problems with respiratory, as you know, we have bronchodilators, vasodilators, nitroglycerin, so you need to operate very quickly. It's essential for treating respiratory problems, trauma and shock. And if there is no then the intervention, then you do sedation. And also, if there is a problem with bleeding, like major bleeding, then you check with the son, you check with your arms, and also the treatment, direct pressure and big gauge.
If you do that breathing control, every time you should use tourniquet. Tourniquet, you know the tourniquet, right?
예, 오케이 넘어가. 시간 없어요. 그리고
And here also you need to make one more important decision. It's a So if you see poor general impression, mental status changes, difficulty breathing, chest pain, severe bleeding, and severe pain.
somebody has paramedic check deformity, DKPLS TIC, the check deformity, dislocation, contusion, and penetration, bone, tenderness, restoration, swelling in the field. And you should find, this one we call head-to-toe exam, head-to-toe patient assessment for adult. And also, you can check the head injury, especially major facial injury. You should consider intubation in the field right away. Okay, and also you can find swelling in the neck, bruising, retracting. You should consider intubation in the field. And also you can check exam the neck, especially spine injury. You can check PMS right away, especially hand movement, hand neurological exam. You can find neck injury, neurological injury. And also exam the chest. You can find two kinds of chest. You can find it: puncture and fried chest. Puncture, if you do, you should do direct recover, and also you can use occlusive dressing in the field right away. If the air comes into the chest, they usually occurred tension pneumothorax. That's very difficult, breathing the patients. So you should do, after finish occlusive dressing, you should move right away in the hospital. And also you can find the fried chest. Fried chest, you can treat sponge. Put it on the sponge in the chest, lips. You cover that. This is fried chest. You can check this one right away. Okay. Except that. Chest pain, except that you should move right away in the hospital. This one, stay and play. But except two kinds of punctures and fried chest, you should go right away. You don't have to do treat in the field. The waste of time, okay? And also you will exam the abdomen. Abdomen, you can check, rigid or soft. Rigid maybe occurred internal bleeding. And the pelvic fracture, you should cover the pelvic splint in the field. In the back, you can check back for the lumbar and thoracic spine injury, you can find it. And also, you should do patient's log roll to the patients. You cannot move. You cannot, you cannot move patients. Anyway, you must do log and roll. You should do it because of spine injury, especially. If you move the other way, the patients get the spine injury right away. So you should go, and after that, you move patients to the hospital. If the patient's conscious in the car, you try to KED, Kendrick extracate device, sit patients. That's the spine injury covered in this equipment. And medic, we do head-to-toe exam finish. Medic decided that. What is the injury? What is possible to the injury? This one. So you can find, severe injury and maybe will die. You should go like at least 10 minutes. You should arrive in a hospital. Maybe you can do. And also you can find head injury. You should find the GCS, gross coma scale. If your gross coma scale 9 below point, this one is bad head injury, the patients. So this one you can move. In the patients, head up 30 degree or 30 centimeters in the ambulance stretcher. Okay, and also you can find the revised RTS. RTS, find head injury and trauma score. Okay, and then decision, moving and stay and play. Stay and play, you're gonna do treat in the field. Okay, and also you should do medical direction to the hospital. I'm gonna arrive, 10 minutes later, I'm gonna arrive the hospital. You should report it because they are gonna prepare the, surgery. They are gonna prepare the MRI and CT. They should prepare before arrive hospital. You should do it. Okay, ongoing assessment. If the severe injury, 5 minutes. After 5 minutes, you should check the vital sign. Okay, and then not severe injury, you can 10 minutes or 15 minutes check the vital sign. And also you should do sample history because of the patients. If you give drugs, someone has allergy, someone has contraindication to the drugs. So very you should decide very carefully in these drugs. You can use it. Okay, thank you for attention. This one, you should try to this patient assessment and treat it. Maybe you're gonna transport from the field to the hospital, maybe 10 minutes and 15 minutes. You couldn't find very well in the patients. You transport, 20 minutes and 30 minutes. This is bad for patients. Okay? Thank you so much. Any questions?
Keyingi taqdirimizni ommaviy
We are going to, thank you very much, and we are going to introduce the next speaker, Christoph Hody, the director at APHP International, and Claude Lepandry, the professor from Paris, France.
So good day, everybody. Thank you for your invitation of this first Congress of EMS in Uzbekistan. So it's an honor for us to be invited. And so I will first, I will show you a short video of the activities of the EMS in Paris first. And in the second time, Professor Lepandry will present to you the management of disaster in France. So now, Professor Lamprandry, Honorary Director, Medical Director in French Paris University Hospitals, will present to you the mass disaster. So he's online, and so I will pass the slide.
Good morning, everybody. Sorry for not coming, but I'm some problems in morning family. We are going to speak about the emergency plan. Next, please. Many justifications to get emergency plans. Principally, natural recent events of floods, floods. It's a possibility to test the health organization of the country under mediatic and judicial pressure, very important. Next, please. Next. Some picture about the events. Next. Other justification, potential malicious events, risk of attack, biological and chemical risk, nuclear risk. It's the occasion to test the organization of care and the regulation. Next, please. Some picture about the plan. The national plan is called in French ORSEC device. It's the organization of the response of civil security. It allows the prefects to coordinate the management actions implemented in the various sectors affected, public order, traffic, economy, health. But the organization of the management of health aspects of the event is entrusted to the general manager of the regional health agency, ARS, by the prefect, who defines the objective that relies on the device or SAN to mobilize in conjunction with health actors, SAMU, health institutions, health professionals, etc. Next one. We have many plans. This is an example of the typology of emergency plans in France. Plans to rescue multiple victims, it's a red plan. Specific plans for classified installations, storage sites, chemical industry. We have specialized emergency plans for technological risk, for airports, railways, metro. And we have also governmental plans to front smallpox, in RVC, flu, biotox, pyrite plants, biological, nuclear, etc. We need an articulation on the two devices, the ORSAN, Health Organizations, and ORSEC, the national organization. ORSEC is to protect people, to protect of property and environment, operation and performance of networks. ORSAN is the organization of the health response, plans response of the health system, providing care during the pre-hospital phase and delivery of health care facility in hospitals. Depending on the nature of the event, ORSEC and ORSAN measures can be implemented separately or concomitantly. Next one. ORSAN is the organization of the response of the health system to organize the rise of health system in exceptional health situation in regional and zonal logic. It includes live operational areas, biologic, volet bio, management of known or emerging biological risk, volet NRC, management of nuclear, radiological, or chemical risk, volet NAD, management of mass casualties, volet CLIME, sanitary consequence of an exceptional climatic phenomenon, snow, flood, etc. Volet EPIVAT, it's management of an epidemic or an exceptional vaccination campaign, and a synthesis of the training grid for the staff of the establishments, and a program of equipment. It's all the organization of the ORSAN. Next one, please. We have a DGNV ORSAN. It's a general directive for mass casualties, a specific strength strategy. Avoid moving the disaster to the nearest hospital. It's very dangerous to transport all the patients in the same hospital. We have to avoid this disaster, to retain maximum quality care, protecting hospital from the influx of victims, fragmenting the influx from the support on the ground, using an advanced medical post and the medical regulation by the SAMU. Next, please. Some justification of the plan: fires, social accident, transport accident, industrial accident, floods, collapse. The general design of the plan is, in the same time, fight initial threat and its direct and indirect effects, subtract the victims from the hostile environment, provide medical treatment to the victims in the same time. The chain of survival, gas ring, little Noria, extricating the victim and removing to an advanced medical post, AMP, setting a victim to collecting point if necessary. Management at the advanced medical post, triage and categorization of severity and primary care for stabilization. Secondly, medical regulation to determine the hospital site support and the type of vehicle and escort. And finally, evacuation for definitive care. It's a big Noria. In parallel, implementation of a collecting area for involved people, implementation of a medical psychological urgency cell. Next one. This is the chain of survival from the site to the medical advanced post, and the Noria evacuation to the hospital by different means. Next one. It's the same. Sometimes, okay. Role of the pre-hospital medical tips on the site. The chain of survival, implementation as soon as possible of a common structure, a medically staffed gathering area, and a medical regulation. The coordination with other public institutions, firemen, police, etc. For the victims, medical exam, severity categorization, identification, stabilization and treatment, evacuation to health care facility. Next. The gas ring. Search and rescue depends on skilled teams from fire service and specialized units. You have not to expose the medical team to the risk. Medicalization, stretcher. The advanced medical post, 3 criteria for implementation. It must be in a safe place, easy to access, close to incident. 4 materialism areas, absolute emergency, relative emergency, mortuary, and involved people on psychological service. Please. The reality of the AMP, most of the time, triage is anterior to arrival of rescue teams. Spontaneous extrication of valid victim on gas ring far from the scene, but the most serious patients remain in contact with the risk by lack of mobility, by incarceration. We have to create at least 2 areas, a hot area for and heavy AMP for immobilized patients, advanced life support by physicians, and a warm area with triage, categorization, and treatment. If possible, local AMP or removal AMP, another one, under tents, a wild AMP in the nature, the medical triage in the field, identification and categorization of victim, absolute emergency or relative emergency, and medical treatment, medical advanced life support, stabilization, and medical folder established. Next. We have standard triad patients. The list of victims with is a numeric system, which called sinus, and a medical psychological urgency cell, a psychological support structure for the victim without injury implicated, victims with light injuries, and rescuers. It's important for the rescuers to have psychological help, staffed with doctor and paramedical. Evacuations regulated by SEMU, assessing each patient the appropriate hospital destination in adequacy with his or her medical condition, and determines the most appropriate means of transportation. Next. Collecting point for evacuation. It's in Paris, near Notre Dame. Mortuary, very important in this case. And the success conditions, fast implementation and coordination of human and technical devices, rational organization of management, and use of sufficient and adapted resources. Facing an exceptional situation, the risk important is the influx of victims to the same hospital. And we need a wide hospital plan to prepare hospital to a sudden influx of victims. But it's another story, the wide plan hospital. Thank you very much for it.
Thank you, Professor Lapandry. Thank you so much.
Keyingi ma'ruzamiz Medicинский Georgiy Alekseyevich Rossiya subyektlarida tez tibbiy yordamga tushayotgan chaqiruvlarni avtomatlashtirilgan holda saralash.
Mr. Georgiy Vedensky, deputy head doctor and medical part in the station of emergency medical assistance, named after Puchkov, in the Department of Healthcare of Moscow City. Let me present a report, Moscow Ambulance Station. And your minister and Sergei Bagnenko spoke about the importance of assortment of calls when you accept to the common dispatcher office. Moscow Ambulance Station is the largest unit in Russia, and we have experience working with the assortment stage. Has been developed for a long time, and we started back in 2017 and moved to the system of integrated dispatch service in the city, and we are promoting the ideas of assortment, and I'm going to tell you about these principles. These are the norms and regulations which could be interesting for the experts. Would be interesting to look at our regional document where we regulate something which is not regulated by the federal legislation. General principle of splitting all the reasons, we propose to have 4 groups. 5th group is the auxiliary reasons, not important, but the first 4 groups are important. The main principles are the following. First group of calls are those which a priori by the reason become emergency, and there are no questions. Normally explosions, car accidents, fires, there's nothing to sort. The call is emergency by itself. The second group is the alarm with the life-threatening reasons. Normally acceptance by algorithms, also emergency reason, but we need to specify the condition of patients due to need to respond. The third group that we dedicate is the reasons with the definite details of complaints. Could be both emergency, undelayed, primary medical, sanitary help. And the fourth group is the low probability of threat for life. Normally there is no very strong urgency or emergency. These are the examples. We split the reasons what groups get what. And the main conditions when sorting the applications, we believe the following. There must be 2-phase assortment of applications. First phase, half computer assortment when the data are entered and with the machine learning using AI, with elements of AI. And first stage, we sort the emergency which is needed in the emergency ambulance team. In our experience, it's just 30% of applications go to such assortment, under such assortment. The rest go to the second phase of assortment, where it could be medical officer of mid-level, higher education. They can take the detailed decision. In general, this 2-phase assortment, according to our experience in Moscow, gives around 30–40% of calls that we don't take, and instead we give consultation. Clearly, for every application, it's not possible to send a team, and 40% of applications in consultations, that's a very big help to process that. And during the epidemics and increase the workload on the service, this figure is growing because more people address more often, and the severity is not there. What things we recommend and what things are realized is integration with the regional information systems. On the stage of assortment, we can get information and make more adequate decision about the assortment. Integration with the regional medical service, service 1 to 2. In Russia, we had a service which accepts applications of the clinical level. We are integrated there, and if the call is related not to emergency level, we can send it over there, and also service 112. On this slide, I would like to draw your attention to the needs of assortment. This column, we are showing how a particular group is sorted. As I said, first group is not requiring, second group is algorithm, and the third group and fourth group, in addition to the algorithm, checklists of doctors, consultants, or those people who consult. Later on, I'm going to show you in more detail. This slide is also interesting, the results of assortment. I don't know what about here, but Sergei Fyodorovich mentioned about paramedical service, which goes using vehicles. I assume this is similar to our urgent care. There's an emergency health care with the team, and there's urgent care, which could be provided by just one doctor with similar minimal class. But in Moscow, this service is integrated. We took both forms. That's why assortment gives us a possibility to share it and split it among the ambulance and just urgent care. Understand that medical, sanitary services, clinical level service, and the rest are issues which could be done as a consultancy. So if the decision is made, we send it directly. It's red line, it's emergency. If not, then we split it further due assortment, and the dispatcher redirects the call. If automatically we don't define the red and yellow flow, then it all goes to green flow to the dashboard, and then the call could be qualified as the emergency or clinical, and could be ending up with the consultation. At the first phase, we are showing what is done. These are our templates and checklists that we follow. The main thing is fixing all the addresses for medical assistance, processing of calls, filling the electronic call card, and this stage is not necessarily medical. Following the example of Service 122 in Russia, receiving calls are made by not medical employees. In systems where there are some algorithmics checklists, not medical employees can work. Maybe it will come in time eventually. We need to grow up for that stage, and this is a way of resources for medicine, but not just following certain algorithm. And as a result of such assortment, this computer assortment could be calls as emergency calls in the green field. If the system allows the situation, then it does not require further assortment. And this is about the traumas, but in general it looks like that. One more important situation, whether it is emergency or not, depending on the caller. Clearly from people, we can get any form of call. From medical people, caller, we introduced such a definition as independent arrival to hospital. In Moscow, we have a system of digital codes to have direction from clinical doctors.
And also, on the way with so patient can be redirected independently, and of course the transition from the hospital, from the mono-profile, and also to the multi-profile, because in multi-profile hospital there is a CU department, and this is the second stage of a shortage, and the main purpose of it is we have the checklist which were actually developed for the doctors. So we have checklist, and this checklist is giving the topics, and you are doing the check according to these topics, and the system is actually giving some hints how to do it. So like it's a second opinion base, so they are giving some hints to the doctors to send the team or to share it, and the doctor of course make the wise decision either to agree with the second opinion or not agree. For example, in our system is around 94-95%. The doctor agree with the system decisions, and it's a quite high percentage, and you can also have the you can see the results on this, and this is a system like that. So just few words regarding the shortage, also for effectiveness of the work, the performance of dispatchers. Of course, we need monitoring of the work, the monitoring of the load work, and it gives good results. And automatization of some hints and marks. Just an example, the system is giving the risk, like the risk of alertness for stroke, and it is giving also the hint to the emergency staff and also to the hospital staff. Also we have like trigger notes or trigger points. For example, here trigger marks in the treatment card. You can see as a member of the SVO, the VOR, and also, for example, if the person is pregnant, so the system can help you really navigate you. And of course, it is giving everything information to the planchette, to the iPad, like to the pad or to the team. And also, a very important story is to give the assistance escort until the arrival of the SMG team. So the dispatch center is giving this direction. And of course, in our history, it is being realized by giving the duplicating the card of the call when the ambulance team is going to the patient, and also remotely the relatives or the people who are close to the patient, they are also on the call before the ambulance team arrive. Of course, everything is regulated, everything is protocoled, and we have algorithm of this, and that's very positively working on our ambulance work. Thank you very much for your attention. Georgy Alexeyevich, thank you very much. It was a very interesting presentation. I would like to give floor to the next speaker. We are going to talk about the experience of implementing a quality management system in the emergency medical service of Moscow region. Maslov Konstantin Valentinovich, chief physician. Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Mr. Rustam Muhamedovich. Thank you very much for invitation. Let me give my brief presentation on experience of implementing a quality management system for the quality control. Just a few words about our region. It's a very big region where we have more than 8.5 million people population, and it's official data. We don't know, like non-officially, how many people live there. It's a very big one service which were united in 2018 in one jurisdictional, and it's like a one dispatch system, like 84 substations and 11 regional units, more than 600 crews online daily. Also, our dispatch service is having more than 10,000 calls per shift and around 7.5 thousand departures per day, and around 2,000 hospitalizations. So every year our station is working with 2.8 million calls. And a structure of our organization, and the same in your Republican Center, we have our automobile. It's more than 900 cars, and the average age of the car is around 3 years, and like a lot of cars were already updated. It was a big Moscow program on renewing auto park, and of course medical equipment as well, which we have inside these cars. And going forward to the topic of my presentation, I would like to go back to the academician of Magnenko, that to really manage this system, which is huge and which is critical, it's not possible if you don't have structured understanding and you have processes set in every stage. And last year, the same. We had the understanding that we need to standardize the management protocols, and in Moscow region is for a few years leading region on implementing management control, quality control. We started from the outpatient, and now we also go to the emergency, and we implemented the system of quality control. We have big station, middle station, and small stations. So just to see the different models, and also to understand that the key role is teams, crews, and people are making decision at the end of the day. So by this, on our road, we had 9 steps, and they were going through less than 1 year with the big stuff, also heads of these departments, and of course the old station as well. So essentially, this is our roadmap, and that's how we see the project implementation activity schedule. So on the stage of initial audit by experts, we also had audits where we had in the base like quite high performance indicator, but also we did internal audit, self-examination. So we assessed very critically. We set 38% out of 100% according to all standards, methodological recommendation into the implementing management quality control. So the practical recommendation, and this is our document, and in 2021 it was confirmed by our profile commission on the ambulance services, and you can see this document. Also, we have 12 sections which are part of this direction. So in my opinion, it's very important in the process of implementation to go from understanding definition of internal quality control to the management system quality control, which will be oriented to the customer, maybe internal and external. And also the main things we would like to highlight for you and to share our experience is the problematic of implementation, and maybe some life hacks. Just in short, I would like to say every line. So the key role in every direction is the role of leader. People who are on the front and who are really working in the implementation of this, the engagement of the whole organization members. As we say, the quality control, it's not possible to do by one department or one manager. Either it is being done by the whole organization, or no one will do it, because it works this way. And one of the key thing and one of the key moments for employees and a lot of medical staff and also drivers and to engage these aspects and to implement these aspects so they can really feel safe on the working place, and also to be more comfortable with attractiveness as employers. And of course, unconditionally, in every station we have one single algorithm on working with them for providing emergency medical care, and it was edited a few times, and of course all teams and crews working according to the standards. It's like axiom right now. And we also have big models, different models of cars, and we had to standardize all settings of medical equipment and medicines, and that's how you can see now every medicine it has or place in the car, and also like medical kit of ambulance teams have been standardized, so they will be the same in every car of this model. So also according to information, we talk a lot about digitalization, and it should help us. And of course, this is a surveys and questionnaire in the system which help us to really be aligned with the standards on the starting from the call stage. And I wanted to say that in our station we have a lot of like what is reading to call, and the dispatch person operator can really make also assessment based on this questionnaire, and we didn't have like also always good experience. So after we really had this new questionnaire, updated question, so we helped, and now the distribution is happening according to this questionnaire. And also we have this the implementation of speech model for our consultant physicians, and also all questionnaires and consultations they give according to this survey or questionnaire. And internal processes probably in every organization is like a gray zone, and the implementation of management quality control, of course, we need to start to do it with declaration of transparency for change, like openness for change. And first of all, we created on our corporate portal the system which is collecting incidents, and we call incident registration. The QR code is working. You can go according to this, and you can really see the incidents, and it will be in the system of chatbot, and then it will be distributed for further reaction and work. So we learned for a long time how to not punish for incident, but to receive it as an opportunity for change and like a gift, because it's also a gift when people report about incidents. And so that's how our checklist is look like, and the algorithms on making the assessment events and the internal quality control. So we reformatted the system of linear control, and we redirected this linear to the audit checks in accordance with system of management quality control. And I would like to separately say regarding the changes we could make in the transport department. It's a big department, and a lot of things were done by colleagues. I would like to say thank you. And that's how it looked like before. The storage, the warehouse with some technical zones, and we also had to put it into the order to work with our counter agents. We worked a lot regarding utilization of materials, and we put it to the smart contracts, and as well as we implemented the system of electronic travel sheets, and the thing which is aligned with electronical and so in conclusion, I would like to say regarding the plans for this year, we are not stopping, and in future our regional pod stations, 11 regional substations, they will be also in this process. They will be involved. We already have audits, and we have reforming some correcting events, and we hope that by institution of quality Roszdravnadzor, it will be 11 regional substations, and Moscow region, they also will receive the certificates. Very recently in Moscow region, we had first also regional congress. It was in the very close to Moscow. Today we are present in this celebration. It's also first congress of medical workers from Ambulance Republic of Uzbekistan. Dear colleagues, thank you very much for invitation of our delegation. We would like to congratulate you with this significant data and with this holiday. Thank you very much. Thank you. The next speech is also the delegation from Russia Federation, St. Petersburg, Prevedensov Andrei Valerievich, National Air Ambulance Service, Strategy Development Experience. Prevedensov Andrei Valerievich, Chief Physician of GSA National Air Ambulance Service. Good afternoon, dear colleagues, dear President. Very glad to greet all of you. I'm not the first time in Uzbekistan, but I'm the first time in this big-scale event in Congress. Just few words regarding how in few years in Russia Federation we could create national aviation and municipal medical service in Russia. And I will start with a very short historical thing. After the USSR collapsed, we didn't have in Russia these centers, and it was 79 regions, and every region was trying to handle this problem by itself. And in every region, there is usually the air company which is working, and usually this air company was giving some crew, some things to help to medical services, and they somehow operated. But it was not working very good, because in most regions the air companies, they just made money just for renting, like this helicopter was just standing, and then they also covered some very extra expenses. And of course it was like the scheme was quite corrupted, like why the air company will not fly but just receive money for let's say like for shift. And in the Leningrad region, now it's like 2.2 million people, and St. Petersburg is a separate subject of federation, and but non-official data it's around 6 million people. In 2014, for the money of private investor in the helicopter center, which is in St. Petersburg, it was created the first aviation medical service as a new cycle, and the investor by his money he purchased medical helicopter with a very easy class, and also he had a crew, the medical, and he trained them in Germany. And for 1 year, this helicopter for free, he flew to the task according to the Ministry of Health by Leningrad region, and it was being used, as you know, everywhere, because it was for free and it was for everyone. And the results were very phenomenal. In some group of patients, for example, and polytraumas and ISS with severity more than 24, where the 24 hours with the helicopter, it was reduced till 32%. It was phenomenal number, because the helicopter went to this place, for example, the road, the crossroad, and it was not possible to reach this place like very urgently. And the second group of patients, it was of course patients with people with acute chronic disease of vascular disease and heart disease, like maximum 6 hours from every point of Leningrad region. So with these big results, we managed to, on the top level, to give the concept of this, of sanitary aviation. And we thought actually that the sanitary aviation must be paid like mobile service, because if you pay, then you have to pay only for these working hours, and the government should pay only for working hours, not just for the shift. And on the highest level of government, the program was adopted on development this sanitary aviation in the most difficult regions, but a lot of regions were part of the program. 71 regions started to participate in this program, and the government, they decided to create one single operator, National Aviation Municipal Air Service medication. It is belong to government, the Rostech company, and it started with this, of course, with this private component. And this also only the capital is 1,000 It's like structural shareholders. So it's not big, massive investments. It was not like that. And of course, according to this, the idea was the idea of national operator is to create the structure which will be working on the whole territory of Russia Federation according to one standards, and also to provide this, to have status of one single supplier, and every region can give these services, and they can buy these working hours from one company without any problems during this contract. So from the Ministry of Health and Transportation, they did a very good work. So they do the preparatory stage, the calculation by the Ministry of Health and Ministry of Transport, the calculation of the cost of flight hour and how many patients must be transported in every region of Russia Federation for 1 year.
Based on this figure, they calculated the cost of flying hour for every region. Clearly for Moscow, St. Pete, it's 1, but for remote Far Eastern regions where different accessibility and cost of fuel, the cost is different. But they've calculated this figure for every region. And that time, from our newly established national operator of sanitary aviation, we did a big job as well. First of all, as I said, nobody gave us money from the top. We were leasing airplanes. And we started just from 8 helicopters in 2018. We bought 8, put them into operations. We had to work a lot to establish infrastructure. This region must be using the runways in hospitals or special landing grounds in hospitals. We were given status of single service suppliers, and we thought that people would be happy to make contracts with us to provide medical help. Now we have a fleet of 35 helicopters Mi-8 and 8 helicopters Ansat. We also have 1 helicopter Bell 407. It was assembled in Ural plant. I'm sure you all know Mi-8. This is the working horse, most popular helicopter in the world. All the helicopters have ambulance color. This is a working horse, which, if we install extra fuel tanks, can fly 1,000 kilometers. This is very important in our big country. We approached the interior, medical interior. I'm going to show you a small video shot with mobile phone. It is used for nothing else except sanitary aviation. So inside we have this bed which could be rolled in. Sometimes we have not men but women and as a team, and historic modules which were used in the Ministry of Emergency Situations or Ministry of Defense are not for women. You know, that's why we decided to unify everything with the ambulance car, that those who can have experience in the ambulance car could feel comfortable in a helicopter. We had the system of grounding, the roller, and in the regular setup, this helicopter can transport 2 patients without any problem. If in some cases more patients could be transported, we can place up to 4 laying patients, but the equipment would be enough for 2 of them. Ansat helicopter is different, is the only domestic helicopter in our country of the light class. It is so small, it could be used to fly out to the accident site. It can land on the road next to the accident. The distance, max distance, is 400 kilometers, and it is used differently. Not Mi-8, which can go to remote areas. This one is a flying emergency ambulance helicopter which could be sent to the accident site or the emergency site to deliver the team as quickly as possible and bring the patient to the trauma center. We also have several setup options. We kind of restored the interior of the emergency vehicle, the roller, and the patient could be easily put on board, and this system has no similar in the world. Even modern helicopters of foreign manufacturing, such smart systems, they don't have such system on board. In terms of choosing the equipment, list of equipment is regulated by the decree of the Ministry of Health number 388. And this list is a descriptive part. What parameters must be of the monitor and defibrillator and so on. Specific equipment that we chose is unified for all the helicopters. Unfortunately, none of the equipment is made in Russia. No Russian producer could certify their defibrillator or other equipment on board of helicopter. This is quite complex procedure. We didn't have time to wait. We addressed leading European producers, and these are the same equipment which you can see on board of any medical helicopter in any other country. So this is how the map looks like. Yellow are Ansat, blue Mi-8. Up to Ural Mountains, where the country is more urbanized, larger density of population, we have Ansat. The further east, more Mi-8. From St. Petersburg to Chukotka, Kamchatka, Sakhalin Island, helicopters are working and saving people. The dispatcher center is in St. Petersburg. We have 2 medical dispatchers to make medical assortment. If they find with the call criteria, then the information is given to aviation dispatchers and they do some aviation magic. They dispatch the helicopters. Talking about the figures, since 2020 when we started from 8 helicopters until 2024 when we had 73 helicopters, you see what is the huge statistics increase every year. Last year we made 25,000 flies. Average time of flight is 2.5 hours. But that's average, because in St. Pete we can fly for 15 minutes, but in Chukotka we can fly for 5 hours in the air, simply to bring a person out from a remote village. The problems on SAT, although domestically made, engine is Canadian. That's the first problem. Second problem is economic. Ministry of Health calculated the cost of flight hour, but it was a long time ago. There was war. After that, many foreign products became not available or became expensive. The cost remained the same. Very high leasing load. For every Ansat helicopter per month, we have to pay about $30,000. So in order to be profitable, we need to make sure that the helicopter would fly this money. At least 50 flying hours per month. Helicopter should fly. Big problem is that in the current contracts for aviation works, they say replacement of a helicopter within 1 day. Can you imagine a helicopter is broke in Sakhalin or Chukotka? Within 24 hours is not possible to send a replacement, and to keep one more helicopter for replacement purpose, it would not fit efficiency criteria. but we have a solution for all these problems. Helicopter ANSAT was successful into import substitution program. They started testing Russian engines. Maybe within 1.5 years, we expect to get a new helicopter which is completely Russian. We work with the government about subsidies to buy new helicopters, because despite of us being a state-owned company by 75%, we didn't get any funds. We act as a joint stock company, as a commercial company. Important thing is to create inter-regional centers of sanitary aviation. We have small regions like Vladimirsk or Yaroslav regions where the budget for helicopters is so little. To keep a helicopter is too much, and the most efficient would be established a hub, a center, which would be geographically somewhere in the middle, and from there they can cover several small regions by one helicopter. The problem is not that we need to create this hub or the center. We need to have interregional agreements to be made in the framework of medical insurance, just to understand what tariffs, what regions the patients would be treated. If they live in one region, they would be delivered to treat into other region. And our dream is that our company becomes the full cycle company, so that medical organization everywhere across the country, the doctors that fly helicopters would also be a part of integrated service of national service of SAN aviation, because today it is not. Today about 20% of regions of our country, we work not just through aviation, but also we provide medical assistance. But in 80% today, our helicopters is used for regional ambulances or emergency situations or simply hospital doctors. And that's it. Oh, since August we have successfully started to work in Zimbabwe. Same scheme. We made over 500 flies. We have huge expertise and experience. If you need any help to create SAN aviation service in one of the Central Asian countries, we would be happy to help you with that. Thank you very much once again. Thank you. Next one. Presentation from Kazakhstan. Ashat Saparov, Deputy Chairman of Board of National Coordination Center of Emergency Medicine under the Ministry of Healthcare of Kazakhstan, from Astana. Hello, dear Presidium, dear guests, dear colleagues. First of all, let me congratulate the participants and express gratitude to organizers of the first Congress of Ambulance Service Workers for the ability to present a presentation about our experience in Kazakhstan. The system of emergency medical help in Kazakhstan is presented on two levels. Ministry of Healthcare of Kazakhstan, in the structure including ambulance service and medical aviation. And also second level, Ministry of Emergency Situations, which covers Center of Medical Catastrophes. This slide shows the activity of emergency service. We have 2,443 vehicles, 1,561 units in the city, 882 in villages, 2,105 are operable, which is 86.2%. Class A, 376 vehicles. Class B, 1,402. Class C, 665 vehicles. We have constant modernization of our fleet. We buy new vehicles. We write off old vehicles. Also, we constantly implement new technologies following the coordination and management. In terms of the structure of ambulance service in the country, we have 20 independent regional stations and 291 departments or substations, 96 in the cities, 195 in the villages, in the rural areas. 1,499 teams work per shift, 82% are paramedics and 80% doctors. 61% work in the cities, 39% work in rural areas. 86% is employment rate. A big attention is given to improving the training, which impacts the quality of provided medical assistance. This slide shows the dynamics of total number of calls by categories of urgency. In our country, the calls are divided into 4 categories of urgency. First category of urgency is direct threat to health, requiring immediate medical help, drive time up to 10 minutes. Second category urgency, potential threat to health without providing medical assistance, drive up to 15 minutes. Third category of urgency, potential risk for health without urgency assistance, 30 minutes. Fourth category, it's either acute conditions without obstructions of health, without immediate health, and the drive time up to 60 minutes. Since May 1st, we have implemented the order where daytime we put category 4 from 22 hours to 8 o'clock in the morning, and Saturday since morning until noon. The calls would be given to fourth category, would be serviced by ambulances. The dynamics have shown reduction of number of calls by 0.4% comparing with the previous year. First to third category increased by 0.1%, growing the emergency calls requiring immediate response. At the same time, number of 4 category calls reduced by 1.5% comparing with the 2023. These changes allowed to use resources of ambulances better, providing those who actually requires the emergency help. And we show that indicators of successful emergency increased by 6.1%. The pre-hospital mortality for 12 months increased by 100%, and now it is 0.47%, which proves that we need to improve our work. Talking about info systems of emergency and ambulance help, all stations of ambulance service are equipped by automatic systems of call management. They are using different info systems like Comek, Addis and Smart 103. And now our task given by Ministry of Health to develop the common system on digitalizing all of our info systems. And now we are working on that at the moment. In this slide, you show in April 7 this year, a National Coordination Center of Emergency Medical Service, we signed memorandum on cooperation between the countries of Turkic states. The event participated Minister of Health of Integrated Territorial Communities, which means and proves high level of cooperation and high level of this important event. The memorandum was signed by centers of ambulance services of Turkey, Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan.
So on this slide, you can see the modernization of the ambulance service, emergency service. The modernization will be divided into two levels. The first level is local, when we have regional stations of the Department of Medical Aviation in regions, and the second level is Republican level, and it includes the emergency level of also the coordination of aviation on strokes and traumas, the emergency gynecology, and others, according to the international standards. So all these are working now, and now we have the center on the Coordination Center for Emergency Obstetrics will be open soon. All others are working now. And also, what are the advantages of this modernization? Is improving the quality of service, reducing travel time, optimizing routes, and implementing navigation system, help teams arrive faster to calls, which critical in emergency situations, integration of information and systems, using digital platforms for monitoring and managing calls improves coordination between services and allows for more efficient allocation of resources. The next one, creation of unified dispatch services. We have 103, 112. They are divided according to the departments, and further we will integrate all of them, all the services, into one single unified dispatch services. The improving qualifications of medical professionals according to international standards, all our medical staff, and the expanding the range of services. The introduction of new technologies allows for the expansion of available services such as telemedicine, which is especially important for remote areas, regions. Also, the situational center, which is working 24/7 on organization of medical services. It is working for a long time, and it's very effective, as well as increased accessibility. Modernization of emergency medical systems helps improve access to health services for the population, especially in the rural and hard-to-reach areas. This slide reflects, in the beginning I said that in the Ministry of Health we have two levels. The second also I would like to say about air ambulance aircraft, just few words regarding our work. So we have the base of our aircraft in the territory of Republic of Kazakhstan. So in Republic of Kazakhstan we have 8 airlines, and they had contracts, and we had 30 aircraft. Eurocopter 145 it's 15 units, Pilatus PC-12 3 units, Yak 41 unit, and An-2 is 11 units. So next I would like to share about promising directions for the development of medical aviation in the Republic of Kazakhstan, and the Ministry of Health giving task in front of us to do the replacement of obsolete Airbus helicopters. It's like it's An-2, which has been flying for 50 years. Also Yak-40 is the same, to replace the Yak-40 and An-2. So now we work with the Alaman Air company. Since 2026, like gradually, the replacement will be taking place from An-2 to helicopter Ash 125. So it will be 10 units by 2026, and gradually we will move from using onto the same with Yak 40. The company Alaman Air, they purchased a Bombardier SRG 200 and carried out registration and certification procedures for the use of this aircraft in the airspace, and now they are negotiating the tariffs. When we confirm it, then we also have this replacement of Yak 40 to more comfortable, more fast and more equipped aircraft. In conclusion, I would like to pay attention to the promising direction of development of medical aviation in the Republic of Kazakhstan. And this year, we also made agreement with the GSC Kazaviaspas on purchasing of 4 aircraft. 2 units they already purchased. Now they are going through certification. It's L410NG. It's fully hermetized because we had some problems with this. Now they are new generation aircraft. So they are aligned with our requirements. And 2 more units we are waiting till the mid of June this year, as well as the company purchased 4 helicopters K-32 and 3 Mi-8 AMT helicopters, which will also expand the territory of coverage of the population of the Republic of Kazakhstan by helicopter services, including for the performance of flights in the interest of National Center of Ambulance Services. In addition, I would like to say that probably we are the single country which are on the budget expense from abroad. We evacuate our citizens who are in critical situation in abroad, so it's not possible to come by ordinary aircraft. So we do it by using our medical aircraft. So we go and rescue our citizens to Republic of Kazakhstan in a year, from 10 to 20 citizens of Republic of Kazakhstan. By these aircrafts we provide the services. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much. And our last speech in this section from Russia Federation, St. Petersburg, Miroshnichenko Alexander Grigorievich, Head of the Emergency Department, Medical Care, Federal State, Vegetarian Education Institute, experience of training personnel for emergency care in the Russia Federation. Dear colleagues, it's a pleasure to be here. I would like to say the word of gratitude to the organizational committee for invitation in your first Congress. For us, it's a significant day because this year there's an anniversary from 20 years of the Society of Emergency and Ambulance Services. So it's a pleasure for us to be here and to be in this opening, the first Congress of the same association in Uzbekistan. I am representing the first in the Soviet Union, the Department of Emergency Medical Care of the Federal State Educational Institution. And in my speech and my presentation, of course, I will tell about education, because any specialty, any profession, and of course the emergency medical care professionals, we will talk about them, that there are 3 components in the emergency medical care. We have science, it's still coming, but regarding the practice and education, we have significant experience in these 2 components. And of course, on education, there is a social demand, is giving a practical is being given by practical things which is connected to emergency medical care. And of course, the evolution of practice of EMC, of course, is being done in educational field as well. So I would like to talk that at the beginning of our journey, the government, the public organizations, including the EMS, EMC, the impact was to the system of creation, the professions, and we are talking about EMC now, and in the world, these components are interconnected, and even in the history of forming EMC in the world, the first society of EMC was created in very famous year after catastrophe in Vienna, and it was two big famous people who created the first in the world Vienna Society of Ambulance, who started to attract medical personnel and other specialists to be participating in this profession to create the EMC services. And in Russia, also, we had, it was very relevant for us, and after very famous catastrophe with the coronation of Nikolai II in 1896, and after this unfortunate event, who died during this coronation in the field in Moscow on initiative of Red Cross, Russian Red Cross Society, and the Imperatrice of Maria Fedorovna, who was the mother of Nikolai II. The efforts were made to create, to start creating EMC in Russia, and also the public organization on behalf of Russian Red Cross, they started preparation on paramedical staff and also the medical, who later on started to become a EMC team. Because the presentation is connected to I have only 10 minutes, so I will skip some slides, a lot of slides which were prepared, because I was going to give more continuous presentation. So in 1908, by the Diakov was created voluntary society of emergency doctors in Russia, and it attracted first 50 doctors to EMC, and this experience, of course, was counted and further on in the country. So I am just skipping the whole age of creating the EMC in Russia, specifically in the period between the World War II and the internal war, and also I will just try to highlight some stages of this EMC which we're creating on, which is highlighting the system of EMC and also the specialized EMC, because the first specialized crew, they were happening in 1958, 1960. It was emergency medical service team for combating thromboembolic diseases and complications. We also had cardiological team and neurological stroke team, and the experience of these teams started to put new technologies into the work of EMC personnel, and of course further on it has a great impact on educational sphere as well. So these technologies which were emerging later, the equipment and medical equipment, and we saw today even the sun aviation, sanitary aviation with appropriate equipment, and as well, of course, it was impacting on the demand which we had, and also it was a demand for good qualified personnel to work on this equipment, and that's why in 1976 it was a period where we can note as a period of creating the professions of emergency medical care specialty, and 96, we were together in this destiny, and the next year we can say that we can celebrate the creation, the 50th anniversary on creation the profession on EMC in Russia, and some part of journey we took together, and some part of journey you are going by your own, but every profession and every specialty, when we talk about the emergency medical care, it was continuing the preparation of the medical. So the first it was it was internship for 2 years, and now it's the ordinator. So, but in 1999, the specialty emergency medical care is the main medical specialty order of the Minister of Health of the Russian Federation. It was proposing the opportunities for preparation, which I already mentioned, and I would like to pay attention that by that time we had, let's say, it started to become go from the third level stage of the teams or crews of the EMC and the system of EMC in Russia to fourth degree or fourth level model when we talk about the paramedic team, the medical team, specialized team, but now we can talk about that now we have also outpatient the team, and also we talk about the four-step or four-level system. And I want to know that today in Russia we live in the conditions of one united profession of EMC. It's one single profession, and I will share more with my next slides. So here I would like to say gratitude to two institutes, Ambulance Institute, and they made the scientific methodological guidance, and also they were participating in the creating the profession of the EMC. So it's a research institute of emergency medicine named after Skilofsky, Moscow, and the institute in St. Petersburg. And also the words of gratitude I would like to express to the people who were participating in Russia on creating the emergency hospitals in 1994. That Boris Komarov died, who went very long life, more than 90 years, and for the long time he was a director of the institute named after Sklifosovsky, and by his initiative the emergency hospital were created in Russia, and they were created also in Uzbekistan, some of them, or some still are here and till now. So these propositions which were creating preconditions, they were creating to have the rotation of personnel, they were creating opportunities, including the opportunities for doctors to go through the priority directions, and as a cardiology and anesthesiology, and the knowledge they received, the doctors received during working in the departments, and further on they used it in the work of emergency services. And during this period, of course, it gave very big footprint in the human resources politics in our country. And of course here I would like also to say thank you to my teachers who are participating in the first department of emergency in Russia, San Sanich Simbirtsev, who in 1982 gave a speech in the Ministry of Health, the initiative, so we have the first departments in Russia, and it was created in the University of St. Petersburg on qualification. improving qualifications of doctors, and also Mikhail Lvovich, who also created this department in Moscow. And since 1982, this department is working in this institute. Till 1982, the preparation stage of the doctors were also they were trained in non-core departments, and after in only 82 there were created separate departments of emergency medical care. And this 6-year experience was confirmed that they had, of course, a positive some trials, but also a lot of distractions on the station. Who like it's always when you put this, it's not possible to work on the to really give education on the field. That's why it was not confirmed rational. That's why from 1982, as I said, I also want to remind it that the department started to be doing.
The first program was established during these years. It was accompanied by other events, and big educational function was played by issuing of the first guidance on ambulance service, which was published in 1986, was re-edited many times. Recently, we published national guidelines on ambulance service, published by number of institutes, and all the authors are here on a slide. And all these guidelines, especially in the very beginning, were very demanded. The first one in 1986 had a circulation of 100,000 copies, despite of the fact that 20,000 ambulance doctors were there. 3 years later, it had to be broadly used by many more doctors. This is the most recent guidelines. A bit earlier, we published first clinical recommendations on ambulance service. In Russia, these clinical recommendations reflected not just clinical recommendations for pre-hospital time, but for the departments of ambulance service that Mr. Bagnenko referred to in his presentation. Also, there were qualificational tests which were developed in the same time. They were also re-edited and are improved every day. I should also say that during that time, there was not just the general approach to improving the doctor's education, but other educational programs like retraining, narrow improvement for those specialty teams that existing a lot back then, and now the number has reduced, but still many institutes are using these documents in their education. Our department has several narrow educational training cycles, and then in the map of former Soviet Union, another trajectory of working in education is related to the outgoing cycles. They were long for 1 month, one month long, and during 1 month we could train a lot of doctors, and our department was using this opportunity. And that's an excellent slide which I must show you with pride where in the Motom, our chair in Bukhara and Samarkand, back then we visited this country, and great memories of our team about those years where we were doing the first educational cycles in Uzbekistan. 25 years ago, we established a magazine called Ambulance Service. It is worth mentioning because it plays very important role today in education and in trainings in all these past 25 years. Magazine which was published on the quarterly basis every 3 months in Russia is rather needed among our educational environment. And with pride I should say that here we have friends and colleagues, Educational Council of this magazine, including Ildar Palatic, who is in the first row, Mr. Minulin. And this is the certificate 20 years ago about opening of our Russian Society of Ambulance Service. And with great pleasure for me to say today that this service, despite of the fact that in the charter there are many functions written and mentioned, today it is broadly using the opportunities that we currently provide in education of our society, because doctors and paramedics who participate in our society can listen reports, get relevant educational scores and training scores which could be used in our system and have been using for many years. That's why this mission of our society has gained certain momentum. I should also say that today in Russia we have more than 50 departments of ambulance services and about 100 colleges that participate in our education system, including scientific research institutes. We are gaining first experience of including teaching in the pre-diploma education of ambulance service. In the chair of Ildar Minulin it is used a lot, and at last courses of institute, 5th and 6th courses, our students can get into this profession deeper, and we should use this leverage to make this specialty more popular. Students then with bigger pleasure goes into our specialty. As we know, emergency medicine around the world, including Russia, not so many people are eager to get there, less than we would like to, this difficult job. And when the last year students we managed to convince to come to work to ambulance service, I think this is a very productive way forward. So this is something that we are using today to train our doctors and paramedics. The specialty is called different. For doctors it's ambulance service, for paramedics ambulance and emergency healthcare, but the training is similar. In the 2-year training course, the first year is used to train doctors to work in the outgoing teams pre-hospital time, and second year is to train them to get the competences which they realize today in the departments of ambulance service. Today the training in the 2 years course is ending up with so-called accreditation, and trajectory of our education is set up from the need to confirm their knowledge by specific certification every 5 years. same or similar way we train paramedics of ambulance service, but our law on education allows the students at the last year of college to have pre-diploma training, as we call it, retraining. It allows the paramedic, when they get a diploma, immediately after the college to start working with the ambulance and get personal experience. Today we have professional standards for paramedics and a doctor from ambulance service, and recently these professional standards were pretty different among paramedic and doctors who were working in pre-hospital time. And now, when the professional standards for doctors were updated through the relevant law on healthcare, we have put down extra competences for doctors which they can realize in the clinic departments. But for pre-hospital periods, these competences are no different. In this table I have shown that. That's why that further line of education that was mentioned by Sergei Bagnenko, saying that the number of doctors is getting less, number of paramedics is getting more. There's nothing bad about it, because by raising the threshold of competence for paramedics, we maintain the possibility to provide that proper quality of service for our patients, because paramedics today have all the responsibilities that doctors had before. One more thing which is quite pressing and painful for our specialty is training teachers for ambulance service. I've listed our major chairs in Russia, what experts participate in the training and teaching. Turn out that most of them are anesthesiologists, rheumatologists, surgeons, and then less important specialties by number of teachers, like pulmonologists. And we are on the way of creating foundation to create our own academic specialty, because medical service which would provide opportunity through well-known training, like doctorate studies and other studies, to train the teachers who would comply the practical needs of ambulance service, and who would bring all the knowledge obtained through the well-known system of training the teachers. So we have grounds for that. We have relevant specialty, 2 Institute of Ambulance Service, more than 50 chairs that work to train experts, magazines, professional organization, having common technology. And I really hope that this particular thing would give us an opportunity to get the missing part, to have a specialty with so many years of history. It is very big pleasure for me to invite you in our conference in June, because ambulance service traditional white nights in St. Petersburg. And at that I would like to finish my presentation. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you, Alexander Grigorievich. One more thing. During coffee break, we signed memorandums about further cooperation between National Center of Ambulance Service and Russian Society Россотрудничества Ambulance Service of Moscow Region and Ministry of Defense of Uzbekistan. We announce lunch break until 2 o'clock. We have plenty of interesting reports. After that, they would be in 2 rooms, in this room and in Samarkand. Thank you. Dear friends, dear guests, lunch at first floor. Please don't go far. Please come back.
На первом
Boshlashimiz kerak edi.
Dear participants, please let us proceed our Congress and let us start the session. Do you give me permission, please? We already had plenary session. It was very good. For me, it was very good. And Professor Minulin will start our session. Dear colleagues, let us proceed our work. And the floor is given to Mr. Hong Kwon-do, the Doctor of Medicine, the head of the group, the National Medical Center, and the director of Avia and Helicopter Medical Services. The impact of COVID-19 on the heart, the experience of South Korea.
Assalamualaikum. Меня зовут Hong Pyo.
Good afternoon. My name is Hong Pyo.
I speak in Korean because, for your understanding, it is much more easier, I think. 첫 번째 맞는 RAC의 국제 컨그레스에서 발표.
First of all, I would like to say the words of gratitude that I was invited to have time and give presentation. And I am representative of National Medical Center of South Korea. There is no conflict of interest. And as you know, it's very important to have early activation of emergency response. High quality support can be treated, and it's very important to have this time. It's early recognition and prevention is very important, and it's very time sensitive. And also you can see on the slide the other steps like high quality CPR, defibrillation, post-cardiac arrest, and recovery. And in one country, and the speed of defining it's a typical emergency of the system of emergency and the hospitality. And during COVID-19, a lot of things were changed, but it was also giving a influence during the according to them. And during the COVID-19, there were being done different research, and the research was devoted to the COVID-19 on the immediate heart attack outside the hospital. And first of all, I would like to share around EMSs in Korea, our system. And this service is governmental, and it's on the level on mid, and it is aimed on the governmental services. And in Uzbekistan, there is a working 103, and there is a call center 119, very similar to 103, and they are asking if the patient they check on the consciousness and breathing, and if there is like suspension on a heart attack, then they send the ambulance to this. And according to the guidelines, they are making the protocol, and the paramedicians, according to the American Cardiology Association, they making it according to the protocol, and also on the international, according to the national standard of stain. And based on these records, they make these analysis. And there was a research was made, EMS treated OHSs since 2019 January, since 2021 January 1 before COVID, and as a control group, and then it was more than resuscitation attempted, around 60,000, and this is diagram of study participants. And we can see that so during 2 years there were 60,496 cases resuscitation attempted, and adult was OGSE, not an EMS witness. It was number is 50,000, and during the final enrollment to the control group, it was 51,000 patients, and it was non-COVID and during COVID. So if we look at the demographics of study population according to COVID-19 outbreak, we can see these numbers. It was variables. Age higher than 65 years old, it was higher, increasing according to other. And also we could check the cases on since 42 to 41%, and the cases on having the cardiac syndrome was increasing during COVID. And also we were checking the initial cardiac rhythm, so we can see the total period, and also it was confirmed that it's still 13.5. It was decreased to 12.4, which requiring the electroshock and defibrillation during COVID, and also the frequency was increased for 2% from 62 to 58%. And also, if we look at other indicators, the EMS response times interval and median IQ, and also it was increased 1 minute, since the average from 7 minutes to 8 minutes. And EMS time interval, the median also was increased from 14 to 15 minutes. At the same time, the transportation time also it was the same, like 7 minutes, the EMS transport time interval. And If we look to the multi-tile response and EMS defibrillation, we can say that advanced airway management, it was increased from like the multi-tile response from 79.6, it was expanded to 82.7. The defibrillation and the advanced airway management from 91 increased to 93.4, and endotracheal intubation, it was decreased since 8.2 till 5.9%, and the supraorologic airway and this intravenous epinephrine administration also increased in 18.8 till 22.3. And also the mechanical CPR device, it was increased from 22.8 till 28.9%. And if we look at the results, we can say that pre-hospital ROSC was decreased from 11.1% till 10.2%. And the witness shockable presumed cardiac ROSC, abstain ROSC, it was decreased from 52.4 till 48.8%. So if we make some conclusions, the effect of COVID-19 OHCA, increased number of OHCA, increased pre-hospital time, but we can also see not decreased number of recognition of cardiac arrest in dispatch center and bystander CPR attempt, and also the decreased number of pre-hospital ROC, survival discharge, good CPC, and decreased CPR quality. And of course, we have some difficulty, the quality of CPR with the individual level. And results of this research, we can see here on the table of multivariate logistic regression analysis for COVID-19 outbreak. And we can say that during COVID-19, we can say that during non-COVID-19 period till COVID-19 period, we can see that it was a witness shockable presumed cardiac arrest.
От остановки сердца.
본 연구는 코비드-19 같은 감염성 재난 상황에서 심정지에 미치는 변수들을 살펴보았고, 그럼에도 불구하고 심정지 환자의 생존을 유지하기 위해서 지속적인 품질 관리를 통한 전화도움 목격자 심폐소생술, 빠른 반응 시간을 유지하는 것, 전문적인 심폐소생술을 제공하려는 노력을 지속해야 함을 확인할 수 있었습니다.
In this research, we looked at the variables during catastrophics like COVID-19, and we decided that we need to improve the hotline service, and cardiac arrest registry measures the resuscitation care and can act as benchmark for the entire EMS. Computer systems using ICT working in the call centers and exchange information about the patients with the hospital, the transportation is held out, allows this to happen. As you see, improving the monitoring dashboard would enable to sort out the system of emergency health care and prepare the emergency measures in emergency situations like COVID. We hope that in Uzbekistan, National Center of Ambulance Service would create a culture of providing care with leadership, mutual respect, highest standard, and constant quality control. Thank you. Thank you very much. The next presentation would be made by Kim Ji-myung, Deputy Acting Chairman of Korean Fund of International Health Care, COFIH Office in Uzbekistan. Please. Hello, today I would like to make a presentation in training paramedics to resolve current tasks in the ambulance service. Despite of the fact that currently Uzbekistan brings constant efforts to improve its infrastructure of ambulance service, some problems and challenges remain. First of all, Uzbekistan is a vast country which brings barriers to providing timely emergency medical services, especially in remote areas. Population is growing fast and we need to respond quickly to medical needs of population with chronic diseases, which make emergency situations even more pressing. In the United States, in Europe, and in many Asian countries, including South Korea, paramedics are in charge of providing pre-hospital emergency care. Paramedics are experts of care which provide immediate medical action at the scene to save time. For example, in Denmark, the CPR rate prior to paramedic program implementation, well, before it was 19% and after 67%, after increased by standard CPR rate with the paramedics on ambulances, and 76.6% of survival, highest percentage in the world. 30-day survival rate after hospital arrival to hospital. In addition, paramedics serve as a crucial intermediate care in the healthcare system, complementing doctors and hospitals. They function mobile emergency rooms as vital role, especially in remote areas in Uzbekistan, in the situations beyond simple transportation. In the United States, in Europe, and in Korea, we efficiently respond to emergency situations with mass casualties. In addition, placement of doctors at site is inefficient in terms of working force and allocated money. However, paramedics can gain professional skills to provide first aid in relatively short training time of 2-3 years. Finally, the system of paramedics can reduce the healthcare costs in the country and reduce short-term medical expenses through to quick response actions. So now in Uzbekistan we finally train paramedics. National Korean University of Transportation, based on Andijan University of Medical Sciences, started its operations in 2022. Now let me introduce it to you. First of all, we developed the systematic training course for paramedic training, which would provide crucial assistance to patients before hospitalization. Our guideline combines theory and practice, focusing on practical studies based on the skills that you can immediately apply in practice. In addition, we have introduced modern special equipment allowing to make training in the conditions closest to actual real life. We help students to develop practical skills in real life situations using effective mannequins with CPR, heart stop and other equipment, providing help to patients with traumas. Also, we work to improve the quality of our training programs through close cooperation with professors and teachers of the Chair Emergency Service of Korean University of Transportation. We're trying to constantly improve the curricula, introducing the system of marks and feedback. Training of paramedics at Andijan University of Medical Sciences is aimed to train experts who can immediately start working in conditions of pre-hospital emergency care. Training of paramedics in Uzbekistan would enhance our ability to respond to different emergency situations, including car accidents, industrial emergencies, and catastrophes. In addition, we will improve access to medical services for chronic patients and vulnerable population. Dear participants, today I would like to tell you about enrolling of paramedics into Uzbekistan Center, which is a very pressing task. Paramedics are the key personnel enabled to resolve challenges that is currently facing. Also, hiring paramedics to National Center of Ambulance Care, we can rely on effective distribution of resources and economic benefits. Paramedics who pass the shorter training rather than doctors can act as mobile points of emergency health care, efficiently covering huge territories, having limited number of medical personnel. This will make good input into removing medical disbalance through providing urgency medical care to rural areas. This complies to values of common accessibility of health care, which is a part of National Healthcare Center in Uzbekistan. At that, let me finish my presentation. Thank you. Dear colleagues, a few technical issues. Dawut Yang Hangmo with presentation, and the next presentation would be made by Kang Jimyol, Project Fund Kohiv in Uzbekistan, Deputy Acting Representative of Korean Fund of International Healthcare Kohiv in Uzbekistan. Hello.
Меня зовут Кан Джимён.
Deputy Country Representative of the Kopi Uzbekistan Office.
Заместитель представителя Кофих в Узбекистане.
It is an honor to participate this conference
Для меня
with
большая честь
RAC.
сегодня участвовать здесь, на этой конференции.
As a partner of the RAC and the Uzbekistan MOH, I want to present the Kopi project, Kopi EMS project in Uzbekistan today.
В качестве партнера, как партнер Республиканского центра скорой медицинской помощи, а также Министерства здравоохранения Республики Узбекистан, сегодня я хотел бы предоставить вам презентацию о проекте Кофих.
First, our organization is based on the legacy of the Dr. Lee Jong-wook. He is the sixth WHO Director General.
Наш фонд основан в памяти доктора Ли Джон Ук. Он был шестым генеральным директором Всемирной организации здравоохранения.
Our organization is a public organization of the Korean government under the Ministry of Health and Welfare. So we are.
Корейский фонд международного здравоохранения является государственной организацией, которая работает при Министерстве здравоохранения Республики Корея.
So since 2007, Kopi has started the cooperation with Uzbekistan.
В 2007 году Кофих начал сотрудничество с Узбекистаном.
And now we are cooperating with more than 20 countries, including the Uzbekistan.
Кофих сотрудничает с более чем 20 странами по всему миру.
So I want to present our project with the Republic Ambulance Center.
И сейчас хотелось бы вас ознакомить с проектом, который мы совместно реализуем с Республиканским центром скорой помощи.
From 2019 to 2023, Kopi implementing the project we called Strengthening the Capacity of Pre-Hospital Emergency Medical Service.
С 2019 по 2023 год была реализована первая фаза проекта по укреплению догоспитальной скорой медицинской помощи.
The total budget was about 3 million, and the project main goal was the strengthening the capacity of pre-hospital emergency medical service of Uzbekistan.
Бюджет составлял почти $3 миллиона, и он фокусировался на том, чтобы укрепить потенциал сотрудников скорой помощи.
Through this project, we collaborate with Korean expert and RAC and Ministry of Health Uzbekistan. We made a training program and training curriculum for medical workers.
Совместно с корейскими экспертами, узбекскими экспертами мы составили учебную программу и провели обучение.
And also we are making a simulation center for training at Tashkent and Samarkand region.
Также были созданы симуляционные центры в Ташкенте, в городе Ташкенте и в городе Самарканд.
And also in the simulation center, Kopi support simulation equipment for the training, such as mannequin, biomonitor, and the other things.
Симуляционный центр был оснащен манекенами для оказания первой помощи.
So in this simulation center, we trained more than 2,000 medical workers, including doctor, fellows.
Во время первой фазы проекта более 2000 участников приняли участие и прошли обучение.
And for who cannot come to simulation center because of the business and other reason, we run for the mobile training for medical worker also.
Те участники, которые не смогли участвовать офлайн, для них были организованы мобильные команды обучения с выездом.
This is the percentage rate of performance indicators for pre-hospital emergency care.
Это индикатор, который, значит, был составлен по работе до госпитальной экстренной службы.
So COPI and RAC think the training was so helpful for increasing the capability for the medical worker of RAC.
КОФИХ и Республиканский центр верит и уверен в том, что обучение и эта программа, она принесла большой вклад в укрепление потенциала участников.
This is the one example for our achievement.
В качестве примера мы можем предоставить вам вот наглядно.
So one fellow of the RAC, he sent this photo and message to us. He said that because thanks to our training, he learned a lot of skills from the training. So he said that he can save one Uzbekistan people's life.
Фельдшер, который прошел обучение в нашей программе, по окончании этого обучения, когда он вернулся на работу, он был очень рад, потому что это обучение помогло ему спасти жизнь. Поэтому эта фотография, которой он поделился, и сообщение, которое он выслал в телеграм-группу о том, что благодаря программе обучения он смог спасти человеческую жизнь.
Through this case, we can understand that the importance of the training for the medical worker.
Этот случай еще раз напоминает нам о важности подготовки персонала, о важности обучения, чтобы персонал был готов оказать первую помощь.
So COFI and RAC wants to expand these achievements to whole regions of the Uzbekistan.
Поэтому КОФИХ и Республиканский центр скорой помощи запланировали расширить этот проект на республику.
So we launched the second phase project from 2024 to 2027.
Поэтому по результатам первой фазы проекта было решено, что будет запуск второй фазы проекта, и вторая фаза проекта запланирована с 24 по 27 год.
Through this project, we are aiming to making a simulation training center to all regions in Uzbekistan.
В рамках второй фазы проекта симуляционные центры будут оснащены и в других областях республики.
And make a training for ambulance staff. And
также будет проведен тренинг для персонала скорой помощи.
And development of training course and emergency system, including training for dispatchers of call centers.
Также будет, значит, упор на разработки учебной программы, а также на дополнительное еще обучение диспетчеров.
This is the 4 years project, and as you see, each year we selected 3 regions, and we will do the project in these regions.
Это четырехлетняя программа, на каждый год вы видите реализация поэтапная по регионам.
So this is the project plan for the second page project. The first is the setting the simulation center for 12 regions.
Планы на вторую фазу проекта — это оснащение и создание дополнительно 12 симуляционных центров.
The second is conducting an education for ambulance center workers, including the fellow doctors, drivers, and the dispatchers.
Также планируется обучение сотрудников бригады скорой помощи, которое будет включать фельдшеров, врачей и водителей скорой помощи.
The last goal is supporting development of the master plan.
Еще одна из задач – это разработка мастер-планов.
So development of emergency medical master plan through consultation with an external expert Korean group. Now the expert group is the Yonsei University.
И разработка мастер-планов по скорой помощи будет разработана совместно с экспертами из Кореи. Значит, это у нас команда Йонсейского университета.
Today, day after tomorrow, the 14 TOT instructors, the RH worker, will go to the Korea through the invitational training program.
Мы также рады сообщить, что в воскресенье 14 отобранных инструкторов, в будущем, которые будут инструкторы, врачи скорой помощи, поедут в Корею на краткосрочное обучение.
I really hope that they experience very precious things and learn a lot of skills.
Я очень надеюсь, что они поедут, возьмут для себя как много больше знаний, навыков и вернутся такими вооруженными знаниями, навыками.
I really hope that when they are coming back to Uzbekistan, they can spread their achievements to all of you in RAC and Uzbekistan.
Инструкторы вернутся из Кореи, они передадут, они не оставят знания себе, но также передадут и вам, коллегам своим в регионах.
Thank you for listening my presentation.
Спасибо большое за внимание.
Большое спасибо. Следующее сообщение сделает господин Кэн Хён Ли, профессор, доктор медицины, доктор философии, кафедры неотложной медицины Медицинского колледжа Вонжу, университет.
Dr. Kang Hyun Lee, experience and challenges of emergency. Добро пожаловать. Я из Южной Кореи. Сегодня для меня большая честь.
Just an emergency care conference. I'm going to talk about emergency experiences in Korea, in South Korea. I have been performing the emergency medical practice in the ER or helicopter for the past 32 years. So I have published over 206 papers, and you can see my papers on Google Scholar. I have been active as a leader in academic society, including as the president of Korean Society of Emergency, Korean Traumatology, and the chairman of the Korean Society of Emergency Medicine, and board member of the Asian Society of Emergency Medicine, and the International Federation of the Emergency Medicine. So, and this my presentation has no conflict of interest. Today, I'm going to talk about the mission of emergency medical service system and the history of emergency medical service in South Korea. And also, I'd like to introduce the current status of emergency medical service system in South Korea. And finally, I'd like to talk about the future of emergency medical service system in South Korea. This slide shows the time-sensitive emergency conditions. The golden time for cardiac arrest is 4 minutes, and the golden time for airway obstruction is 6 minutes, and the golden time for the severe trauma patient is 16 minutes. Even the digest have golden time. The mission of EMS is to provide emergency medical services to the right patient at the right time and in the right places. To accomplish this mission, appropriate regionalization, cooperation, and accountability of all stakeholders in the emergency medical service system are required. Also, we should give the right treatment of the whole process of these EMS services. This table shows the basic component of an emergency medical service system. There are 15 components: manpower, training, communication, transportation, emergency facility, critical care unit, or something like that. So we should prepare this 15 basic component of EMS system, it will be improved EMS services. I'd like to introduce the history of EMS system. The Korean EMS started in 1979 by Korean Association of Medicine, Doctors Night Call Center. After that, so fire department established and ran night emergency patient dispatch center in 1982. At that time, EMS system was a very primitive status. In 1989, Korean Society of Emergency Medicine established. The 1991 Emergency Information Center established. In 1994, EMS Management Law and Emergency Medical Fund was made. In 1995, the EMT, paramedic education system was started, and in 1996, the Emergency Physician Board certification was started. In 2002, National Emergency Medical Information was started. These figures show the EMS development in South Korea. You can see the tiger mascot in the middle. It's the mascot of the 1988 Summer Olympic Game. Before the 1988 Summer Olympic Game, the EMS system in Korea is very primitive. After that, we improved the EMS system, EMT training system, and the EM post certificate system. After that, the emergency medical center designated in 2000, and also we can set up the national emergency department information system, or the treatment data gathered in the national-based database. Also, helicopter emergency medical service system launched in 2010, and trauma center designation in 2012. So in 2016, the national triage system was established. This figure shows the motor vehicle accident mortality in South Korea. The gray line is the number of accidents, traffic accidents, and the arrow line is the number of the injured patient. The blue line is the mortality, number of mortality by traffic accident. You can see the decreasing, very rapidly decreasing of the motor vehicle accident mortality in South Korea. That reduction of mortality by traffic accident because of the emergency physician training system and establishing regional emergency medical center, also HAM system, pre-hospital care, trauma care system, trauma rate system, and also we set up the regional governance setting in prefecture level. So all of this effort decreased the motor vehicle accident mortality in Korea. I'd like to talk about current status of the emergency medical service system. In Korea, we have 17 regional emergency medical support center under the one national emergency medical center. So medical support center. So role of emergency medical support center have management and provision of various information needed to emergency medical corps and education and training for the emergency medical works in the area. And also they have coordination and support for the local emergency medical institution. In this picture shows the pre-hospital and hospital EMS information networking system. In Korea, the hospital EMS is provided by central government, Central Emergency Medical Center under the Ministry of Health and Welfare. And the fire department is responsible for the pre-hospital emergency medical service system. You can see the flow of the patient information and between the pre-hospital and in-hospital information. So we share that information and also we use that information to improve the quality of care in emergency medical services. In Korea, we have 3 levels of emergency medical center. The biggest level 1, the biggest level regional emergency medical center. We have 42 regional emergency centers. Second level is a local emergency center. We have 138, and also the smallest emergency room, we have 228. Also, we have 17 regional trauma center, and we have 8 hospital-based helicopter emergency medical service site. In pre-hospital, the fire department has 32 helicopter for emergency medical services. That's the pre-hospital services by a fire department-based helicopter emergency medical service. We have a 8 hospital-based emergency medical service system, emergency doctor and paramedic loaded on this hospital-based helicopter emergency medical service system. You can see the preventable trauma deaths in Korea. We searched this chart showed the preventable trauma deaths in Korea. When the first survey was conducted in 1997, the preventable trauma deaths rate was 50.4%. This means that out of 10 patients with severe trauma, 5 or 6 could have been saved, but they died. The preventable trauma death rate have dropped from 50.4 in 1997 to around 10% today. Our goal is to get to less than 5% by 2030. This figure shows survival rate out of hospital cardiac arrest in South Korea. You can see the survival rate out of hospital cardiac arrest decreased from 8.7% in 2019 to 7.5% in 2020. The recovery rate of cerebral function increased from 5.4 in 2019 to 4.9 to 2020. I think that's the COVID-19 effect. At this time, the survival rate increased over the 8.4%. So this picture shows the chain of survival. The 3 important domains to improve the out-of-hospital outcome of the out-of-hospital cardiac arrest. The system saving lives concept emphasizing the connection between the community and EMS. Cardiac arrest, recognition of cardiac arrest patient is important. Also, you should improve the interaction between the rescue and the emergency medical service system. Also, we should improve the station quality. System to improve the system saves lives. So this top 5 message is very important to raise the awareness about CPR, defibrillation, and trauma care, and also you should use the technology to engage the community. The third one is education. Training is very important. We train the kids. The kids can save their lives. Also, we should designate definitive care, trauma center, high-level emergency medical center, and cardiac arrest center. Also, we should have a system that dispatcher assisted care system during cardiac arrest and trauma care. This systematic review showed the effective of by send CPR on survival of out-of-hospital cardiac arrest. By send CPR increased survival of out-of-hospital cardiac arrest, and it also helped out-of-hospital cardiac arrest whose initial rhythm is shockable. The by-stand CPR was associated with improved chance of survival of out-of cardiac arrest compared to the non-by-stand CPR. The OD ratio was 1.95. It's about 2 times increased the survival rate. This picture shows the children saved as lifesaver in Korea. The Minister of Education in Korea stipulated that school should systematically provide first aid training, including CPR for students and the staffs. The elementary school son saved the father from cardiac arrest. You can get this kind of news so frequently. In the future, we use the new technology to improve the survival in emergency situation. New technology to alert first response to cardiac arrest through smartphone application. This is the Samsung Galaxy Watch. They can detect arterial fibrillation. In the future, I think this Galaxy Watch, Samsung Galaxy Watch, can detect cardiac arrest in the near future. So without data, we cannot improve quality. So data is so important. Data collection and analysis are very important to quality improvement. In order to improve quality, continuous quality improvement effort should be made throughout PDCA cycle. And it is very important to continuously track the key performance indicator, the KPI, key performance indicator of emergency medical care in South Korea is follow. We gathered the data by NEDIS, National Emergency Data Information System, and Trauma Data Bank, Breast Data Bank. This is the key key performance indicator in Korea: preventable trauma deaths, survival rate out of hospital, cardiac arrest, acute myocardial infarction, mortality, stroke mortality. You can see the survival rate are increasing at this time. I'd like to talk about future issue. So, the future emergency medical services, we should, for the future emergency medical service, improved medical emergency services, we should have enhanced the breast advanced life support skill. The better EMS education and training system we should have. Also, the continuous quality improvement system is very important. We already have a data gathering system from emergency center and pre-hospital, so we should make more improved emergency medical service by using the data, and also we should have a uniform medical oversight. We need more research. And also at this time, the new technology is coming out very rapidly, so you can use the IT technology, AI technology. And also you should have new vision for the role of emergency medical service system. The future emergency medical services are critical element of community health. Emergency medical services must play a key role in public safety as well as healthcare and public health. This is the final slide. Today, I couldn't explain detail because I had to cover a lot of content in the 10 minutes. I hope that someday I will have the opportunity to explain in more detail. EMS system can only be successful when all stakeholders of emergency medical service system well cooperate and works in harmony, just like this orchestra. I hope that through the cooperation, harmony of everyone in here. If you have any question, please feel free to ask me at the email below. Thank you so much. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you very much. The next speech is also the guest from South Korea, Mr. Yoo Jin-ho, as a specialist on the MAS Center, the Republic of Korea, University, Yonsei University, with the topic of infusion of evidence of states and of the incident of patients with serious injuries. Yoo Jin-ho. Please, Mike.
Department of Emergency Medicine, Yonsei University, Wonju College of Medicine.
Assalomu alaykum, hurmatli hamkasblar, O'zbekistonga tashrif buyurgan mehmonlar, yana bir marta sizlarni ko'rib turganimdan xursandman. Ko'rib turibsizki, men Janubiy Koreyaning Yonsei universitetining aynan tez tibbiy yordam yo'nalishi bo'yicha ilmiy xodimman. Ayni paytda loyiha kesimida O'zbekistonda tashrif buyurib turibman. Ismim Yoo Jin-ho.
The topic I will be presenting is the impact of pre-hospital treatment and scene time on survival rate in severe trauma patient in South Korea.
유진호 씨, 그 한국어로.
이제 한국말로 할 거예요.
Mening asosiy, demak, bugungi mavzuyim aynan bemorlarda travma bo'lgan taqdirda, demak, travma yo'nalishi bo'yicha bevosita travmalarda tez tibbiy yordam ko'rsatish jarayonida aynan turli dori vositalarini ularga yuborish hamda sun'iy nafas, ya'ni intubatsiya jarayonlarini qilishdagi o'sha vaqt oralig'ida bemorlarning holati bo'yicha bo'ladi.
이제 한국말로 발표하고 이제
So I will proceed my presentation in Korean, and the translation will be provided into Uzbek and English language. The prolonged seeing time is associated with increased mortality. And we can agree on this quote, which were made in the journal. But the pre-hospital IV fluid administration is significant for victims of trauma, and this is very important. And in Korea, we have this specific approach to this. And the purpose of the study is to examine how IV access, advanced management, and the same time affect survival rates in severe trauma patients. And in Uzbekistan, we would like to introduce a study analyzing survival rates through a survey of trauma patients in Korea. And in Korea, there are different methods, and in every region, this information is being recorded since 2017 till 2021, 5 years in total. And the data source is Korean Trauma Data Bank, and it's a retrospective observational study. And during this time, the patients registered, and it was patients meeting NTRIS like ESPO criteria. It was 5,229. The final study population is 529 people. And this flowchart depicting participant selection in this study. If you look at these numbers, there was 4 big groups. There was advanced IV. The second group is advanced airway. And no, so there is only advanced airway, only IV access, and non-performed. So we can see here grouped 4 groups, and the numbers according to this group. So total, I will remind, is 5,229 patients. and all performed, and all other groups, their response time and scene time, there was no big difference. If you look at the scene time, there is no difference, like almost no difference, very slight difference. And if you look at this pre-hospital time, then we can see that here only IV access, there is a big difference with in minutes, like 52.7 till 56.7 minutes. If you see, it's quite a big difference with all other three groups. Also, if you see here, ISS, and here, if there are big numbers, then we can see that it's more difficult trauma than others. And we can see here that they're all performed. In the advanced airway, there is most highest numbers, and here the non-performed is more low numbers. And especially we can see here that the pre-hospital and hospital value, and as it was like they check the systolic blood pressure. So in pre-hospital, we can see the systolic blood pressure, SBP. We can see the difference that in all cases it was that in and in on the advanced air, we can see that in pre-hospital state and the in-hospital state, we can see the difference in the numbers of systolic blood pressure, and also in the airway there were difficulties to make the intubation. That's why we can see here the more higher systolic blood pressure. Only IV access, we can see that in hospital it's more higher than the pre-hospital stage. And also in the SPO2, we can see here the difference in numbers.
둘 다 시행한 경우와 어드밴스드 에어웨이
And only in advanced air, both of them, they had like not very big difference with these results, but here is the difference in p-value, as you can see. And this one, we can also see the changes in blood pressure in a chart from pre-hospital to hospital in unstable parents. Here, patients. Here we can see the IV access. It's like again 4 groups, the same time, more or less or more than 10 minutes, and with the IV access or without IV access. And also we can see here the difference of systolic blood pressure in hospital and systolic blood pressure pre-hospital. And also here in the advanced airway, we can see the scene time less than 10 minutes and more than 10 minutes and advanced. And when we didn't have advanced airway, then we can also see the numbers according to it. And also here it's a very important point that when we don't have advanced air, and here we can see and here we can see it was very short time when we did advanced airway. And the next slide is showing the survival rates by IV access and same time. So here we can see that the W score and here is a very important thing is to see that with IV access, because from 8 people, that 5 people there is a survival rate, but here without IV access we can see only 1% of the survival rate. So we can see that that with IV access we can save more lives of patients. And the next, we can also see the survival rate by advanced airway management, and same time here the same. When we have advanced airway and we work very fast, here we have 22%, and without advanced airway only 2% or 2 people. So it's that's why it's very important to consider the presence of advanced airway plus the same time, so the intubation which is being done in time is very important. The next result is survival rate by pre-hospital treatment. So we can see that the variable is all performed, only advanced airway, only IV access, and non-performed. So here, here we can 25, but if we did nothing, then it's only 4% of survival rate, which is very low, comparing to 24.5. And then I would like to say that regardless of thin time, the pre-hospital IV accesses in hypertensive patients showed a significant increase in systolic blood pressure and positively impacted survival rates. And also the pre-hospital advanced airway also positively affected survival rates. And also I would like to give you a suggestion. If you look at this number, and we did a lot of analysis of emergency hospitals, and that's why in order to strengthen emergency medical capacity in Uzbekistan, a nationwide sample survey is needed. Through this, it's necessary to check whether pre-hospital treatment or time elements are well maintained. And in Korea, whereas samples are being conducted, and that's why it's very important to do the collaboration in order to obtain the patient survival rate. Data should be collected together by integrating the pre-hospital and hospital stage, and the analysis is taking a very critical role in this process. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much for the interesting presentation. So, next presentation, I think it would be very interesting for us, especially for all the experts of ambulance care. This is a social and economic effect of using intramural vascular access. Speaker is Mr. Nulin of the first St. Petersburg Medical Institute, named after Pavlov, responsible secretary of Russian Society, Doctor of Medical Sciences, professor, honorary doctor of So, dear colleagues, first of all, let me thank the leadership of healthcare of Uzbekistan for the very high marks, which I am very honored. It's very good because my father, graduate of 1943 in Samarkand Medical Technicum, and after graduation he went to the front, was wounded 3 times, went to Berlin, and today in Uzbekistan we have 6 my closest relatives, uncle who is 83 years old, and he continues to work in Samarkand, 5 sisters. That's why this is a very big honor to me, and I got many congratulations from my Samarkand relatives. They are also proud of that. Thank you very much once again. Dear colleagues, today speak of Minister of Healthcare of Uzbekistan and speech of my colleagues from South Korea. We heard issues related to economics, saving of money, their rational use, and let me share with you my ideas about social and economic effect from using intramural vascular access. As you know, in 1930s it was proven experimentally that bone marrow vascular system is a continuation of venous vessels, and it is used in practice of emergency medicine, and intramural vascular access is a safe way of making infusion impact in the emergency situations. Today this method is included into the professional doctor's standards of ambulance care. Paramedics of ambulance care is a mandatory procedure, working during the accreditation of experts of healthcare and emergency medicine when accessing them to professional activity. We are using a regional device production in Voronezh company Radmirs. Russia made all components of this device are Russian-made, and unlike those presented in the market from Israel and United States, here we are using the Tra-Okara principle. So we don't need to have any suspension mechanism to install the cannula, no need any batteries, which in conditions of hot weather or cold weather would be malfunctioning. We have 6 patents here which this device obtained, and the special feature is that the needle has Tra-Okara cut. That's why the whole process of installing this device into the vessel has no problem. Especially in the set, it is recommended to have the kind of rubber dummy that allows to train to use this device. In the beginning of using this device, we got the feedback that sometimes the needle is bended, sometimes it's impossible to install the cannula, but during the analysis of the situation we found out that these facts are because the paramedics or the doctors that took it, they were inserting this needle under narrow angle to the surface of skin, or they were making wrong movements, and all of them did not train the methods of using that. And the training device, which we also developed by the same company, allows to have it multiple use. That's why it has the device which allows to have multiple practical use and allows to develop the muscle memory, because it allows to feel the moment of falling the tissues to the bone after falling the cortical plate. What are the effects of this access using this device? Intra-bone vascular access is the alternative to the situations when the traditional access to venous system is hard. It could be broad or vast burn, or drug addicts have very poor veins, or under emergency situations when there's a hypotony and it's hard to implement the regular normal venous function. And this method allows for regular personnel to make intramural access, to immediately start infusion therapy or make the drug therapy within 3 to 5 seconds, even if the victim is dressed or in clothes or in protective clothing, as we see in the regions where the combat is going on. Under heavy traumas in the emergency scene, you can also successfully make this access, especially during the patient's transportation, during the car movement, when it's shaken and there's vibration. Our experience shows that this method is quite good. This access allows to perform effective infusion anti-shock therapy to huge number of victims in a short time in extreme situations. And the device does not allow any additional features, because the methodology is that under setting of cannula it does not need to be fixed additionally, and we haven't noticed any case that you can access during transportation. So this device is held firmly in the bone tissue. The experience in Belgorod region, and this is where this methodology was mostly applied, show that if such wounds during the explosions are quite an common case there, is not allowed to use the intra-bone cannulae. Traditional anatomical zone proximal department of the bone, it is allowed to make the access to the proximal part of the shoulder bone. There are some experience of using the other points of entry. Applying these methods in the conditions when the personnel of ambulance is in hard conditions. We noticed it in Astana, where we saw not all modern cars allow personnel to comfortably sit in the interior of vehicle to choose a good position for punction or to enter the intrabone device. And in these situations, even in a sitting position or in bending position, they can easily, after a certain experience, use this method. Based on the experience in ambulances in Belgorod region, we have about 142 observations of using these methods and its success. So restoring the normal anterior pisha and live functions, we observed about 82% of cases. So this is quite an effective method. Similar effects. We know that person's life is priceless, but according to statistics methods, it's a common thing to use that human life, given its education costs, bringing in other things, is about 5 million rubles. That's the figures that we took for calculations. And based on that, based on the fact that since the moment of getting a license, we made about 10,000 devices, and efficiency, as I said, is about 80%. An economic effect of human cost, it's purely statistical indicator, is about 42 billion rubles. And I would like to remind you that today $1 is about 80 rubles, and you can imagine what would be economic effect. And we need to take into account, talking about the economic and social effect, that at the particular manufacturing facility where they produce these devices, there are 25 people working, a certain amount of money spent to buy the equipment, which was about 17 million, and under financial calculations in producing 10,000 devices or units, the taxes that people pay there, that's the unusual approach. And let me give you this data to the government from this production facility during all this time, more than 33 million rubles, which is also needed to be taken into account when we talk about an economic effect. We also have to consider that comparing to the similar imported devices mostly commonly used in Russia and in Uzbekistan, I know these are American made or Israel made. If they're compared by price or production cost that we used in our case, the difference is about 130 million rubles per 10,000 units. And in the nearest future, this device would be given to the countries of Shanghai Cooperation Organization markets, which would also improve the economic indicators. So we need to take into account the fact that training the ambulance personnel by this intrabone vascular access, we improve their level and qualification, which improves the efficiency of our activity. Therefore, we can make the result that overall social economic effect from applying this particular device depends on many factors, including the number of nosologists, number of patients that get this intrabone vascular access and available resources. However, it is obvious that during this success, the important component and important component is improving the quality of medical health and optimization of cost in healthcare, which currently is quite important. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much, Ildar Pulatovich, Mr. Minulin. Here I would like to say a few words. As most of you know, that for many years I've been doing the resuscitation and anesthesiology. I have a question. What is the zero pressure after the car accident? You need to do infusion therapy, anti-shock therapy. What do we do now? Can we install the catheter on the street? Risky. It's not just risky. Sanitary epidemiological station would punish us because it's quite difficult. Unfortunately, we don't have such a methodology. That's why I'm especially grateful to Ildar Pulatovich Minulin, that our director has this idea, this plan, and this access is different. Could be different analogs. There's a drill or pistol, which at first may look comfy, but on the other hand, I'm calculating economically how expensive is it. And second idea, that the brigade is going to change. My bitter experience shows that not in the ambulance car, even in the resuscitation or in ICU, some devices, a week later you cannot use it. Am I right? I say this is a very interesting idea. We will start to make master classes with you and get ourselves trained, and I think with the help of director we will be able to launch this project. Thank you very much. So please, next one. Thank you very much, dear colleagues. Nadezhda Gaponova, professor of the chair of emergency service in Russian University of Medicine under Ministry of Health in Russia. What changes are needed in equipping the ambulance service workers are needed for lengthy transportation of patients? Thank you very much, dear organizers, dear colleagues from ambulances. Thank you very much for your presence. Thank you very much for the applause. And let us go back to our work, which we come across every day. So today, let's say what do we have as our equipment. I spoke with some colleagues, and what else we would like to have in our big orange box settings. Talking about the acute coronary syndrome, the routing of patients is most important, which values for us, and it must be aimed to the team. If the team has a suspicion to acute coronary syndrome, the indication is emergency hospitalization, not anywhere, but into cardiovascular department where the patient could get the proper help, technological help. Patients with primary intracutaneous interference. Sometimes transportation takes a long time. Our country, big distances, and in your country as well, transportation of patients could be quite lengthy. So in your country, there's such a city called Akhangaran, and from there, in order to bring patient to Tashkent, team will spend 90 minutes in best case. So what can happen during these 90 minutes? Nobody knows. Could be in any second. That's why the team must be ready. Our northern neighbors, Canadians, they also have a big country, difficult transportation, and the transportation takes longer, 202 minutes, and during this time 32 undesirable events can happen to a victim. Can you imagine what the pressure to the ambulance team may come across? Could be shock, could be acute rhythm dysfunction or hypotony. That's why the team must be equipped with all things needed to provide emergency help during transportation, not stopping the vehicle. Equipment the brigades in order for transportation to be safe. You must have not just documents that we heard about in the morning, but also we need to have proper means for transportation. These are drugs or medical products which brigade might need any minute. Anti-aggregants, anticoagulants, thrombolytics, beta blockers, morphine, oxygen, infusion solutions. In addition to that must be also equipment, primarily defibrillators, infusomats, and other devices that we have in our ambulance vehicle. During pre-hospital stage, we hear talks, let us expand it, let us do this and do that. And as a chief expert of Moscow ambulance service, I'm skeptical about it. I don't follow this approach. In clinical recommendations, it's written that the ambulance team, in terms of electrocardiodiagnostics, does only that. We register that and we interpret that. If the doctor himself, it's the paramedics, they send over information in terms of loading the team by different tests and other cares and problems and concerns. Today it would be not quite appropriate. The only dispatcher service that people spoke about, of course this is good, allowing to separate calls by severity of patients' conditions, either emergency or urgent, and also accepting from any point of the region. Doesn't matter, is it mountains or deserts. It allows to manage any team, especially if this is a regime of emergency situation. Also integration of systems 112 that we spoke a lot during today with many other medical organizations, and of course we need to make medical evacuation that we keep on talking about into profile medical organization, into special, to provide high-tech medical help that patients need and require. The ambulance team cannot work separated or alone. They must be connected with call-ins from the center. As soon as in the ambulance vehicle or on board you inform colleagues from the center that you are on the way.
That you have this patient and you need to do these procedures, so they know it. And every car of emergency, I think you shouldn't discuss it, but you should have infusion pump. And infusion pump or infusomat is necessary for long-term transportation of a patient with MIs for the administration of heparin, esmolol, and nitrates, which we really do. Also regarding the anticoagulant, it is necessary to the people with person with a coronary syndrome, and we have enoxaparin and heparin. So what is different? What is better for usage? Of course, the enoxaparin is more convenient for usage because it is a long term. There is a very small risk. But regarding the heparin, we must remember that we should do it only via veins, and it's only for 1,000 units. But if the transportation will be long time, then you cannot stop on this because it will be very bad. It will be the repeating of occlusion. That's why it's very important to do the IV heparin. So maybe I skip, no, sorry. So besides it, we always should control rhythm and blood pressure, because with patients of myocardial infarction, it's a difficult patient. Even if it's difficult or not, we need to control the rhythm and of course the blood pressure. Today we use the beta blockers And we also have very ultra blockers, esmolol, and the team of AIR, they have the beta blocker esmolol, but we would like that every team of emergency, they have this beta blocker, because it's very effective, and in 1 minute and 2 minutes you already have the results to control the heart rhythm, and also and especially if this above 200, it's very difficult to control. Also to reduce blood pressure, and this medicine is safe. So first you do the through the and then to infuse a mouth. Also regarding the nitrates, so we are not that going that nitrates is. Today, and maybe not today, that the science is moving forward, that we know that the anginose of the pain is not sensible to nitrates, and the patient can have this under the tongue or spray, but the team is not doing it anymore, and today we do this nitrates only IV intravenous infusion only for symptomatic treatment. If patient has ischemia, he has a pain and discomfort in the chest, of course, and if a person has very high blood pressure, or if he has the heart failure, but of course there are some side effects as well. And of course it's a very close but strategic treatment of the of this acute evaluation is of course reperfusion. And reperfusion, and we have only medicine reperfusion, and only for us we have this thrombolytics with a single bolus administration regimen. It should be safe, it should be convenient, and we talked a lot in Russia Federation. I think we really achieved our goal. So it should be single bolus and one dosage. And so even the properties of ribonucleic drugs, because dosage doesn't depend on body weight, and it also doesn't depend on the patient's age. So it's also and also there are no biosimilars, and very widely we use this thrombolytic, and which is appropriate to this criteria, and it's fortalizine. And also on the market we have a biosimilar, and it's not generic, it's a different thing, and they call it bioanalog or biosimilars, and generic is a different thing. And it's a very difficult, very hard medicine, and it's been revealed from the cell of so it's only biochemical properties, and it's very difficult to use. And we have this on the market, and it's a bioanalogue of metallis. And if you look at the slide, there was a research, and it was long time. Of course, they cannot be the same as original because it's a different structure, but we also have them on our market. About the oxygen, of course, teams must be equipped with a pulse oximeter. Also, we give it, the oxygen is indicated for patients with hypoxemia, less than 90%. So we don't give oxygen just for it. And when we talk about the painkiller, then morphine, and only morphine. Why? Because morphine is used for eliminate pain, and also sedation and reduction of sympathetic activity, and the preventing high blood pressure and tachycardia. And we administer it, I think, very, very well, intravenously, very slowly. And if we do it with a titrate the dose gradually, then we can really relieve the side effect, because they will not appear if we do it if we administer it the right way. So everything is good, but according to every recommendation, clinical recommendation, all patients with SCMI, prompt initiation of EKG data monitoring is recommended. It is necessary, an elimination of cardiac arrhythmia.
И бригада должна быть готова уже больше, чем 12 часов.
And the team must be ready for more than 12 hours.
И он прежде всего.
And you also need defibrillator. for every specialist of this time. It should be the defibrillator should be in the ambulance car, and also it should be, of course, be charged. So it should be charged, it should be working, but maybe I'm afraid to take this, and we have some employees like that. That's why always we should give training to employees, to all employees. They must understand and know how to use it in the case I already mentioned. So in conclusion, I would like to say that the transportation with the patients with this with the myocardial infarction, it's like you don't know what to expect. That's why to really reduce these effects, I said again, we must have it's necessary to equip the team with thrombolytic drugs that are convenient for both administration with a rapid effect and short half with a low risk of side effects. And also the machine must be equipped with communication facilities and the ability to transmit ECG data, and also defibrillator. Thank you very much for your attention. Then the floor is the head of the Department of Emergency Care, Disaster Medical and Thermal Trauma and the Trauma, the UFI Medical University, Marat Sobanovich Konafin, with the topic of providing emergency care for cardiogenic shock at the pre-hospital stage. Please, Marat Sobanovich, the floor is yours. It's a pleasure to be here on this significant forum, which unites very close, like when we are in one spirit on saving lives. So in this place, the cardiogenic shock is one of the big problems, and we should really work with it in a fast and effective way. Here you can see the regulatory documents of Russian Federation, which is saying how to give this help when you have cardiogenic shock. And of course, it's a clinical guidelines 2024. You can also check it by yourself and use it. The relevance of this problem, it's still there. The cardiogenic shock is a life-threatening condition with a sharp drop in cardiac output. Mortality is about 50%, and the worst of clinical presentation associated with a decrease in the output of the left or right both. It's always is a multiple organ failure, fatal disparity between oxygen delivery and consumption. It's a loss more than 50% of the myocardium, and it's important that different phenotypes of CABG, individual approach, tactics, and treatment. And regarding the etiology of true cardiogenic shock, you can see the acute myocardial infarction, 70–80% of cases. Dysfunction of the ventricles of the heart, also myocarditis, and acute of the compensated valve pathology, and of course it's extracardiac factors, and it's accelerate, provoke the anemia, hypoxia, inflammation, and others. We also have classification, the true CS. The second one is not very spread. It's like hypovolemic, relative absolute hypovolemia and reflex shock to pain, and the third one, arrhythmic, severe tachy and bradyarrhythmia, and also different phenotype. It should have different approaches. With the pathophysiology, it's a principle of vicious circles because it's decreased cardiac output, so peripheral hyperperfusion, myocardial hyperperfusion, plus systematic inflammatory response. So the fluid is going out of the vasodilation, and the next one, increased pulmonary capillary wedge pressure, and laterogenic with mechanical support of blood circulation can also lead to these difficulties. The clinic, you can see, the persistent hypotension less than 90 for at least 30 minutes, tachycardia or bradycardia, so decreased body temperature, cold extremities, marbled skin, decreased diuresis, and changes in consciousness and adequacy. Then The instrumental diagnostics shouldn't be very long. The echocardiography detection is the best to detect the contractile dysfunction of the heart chambers. It's very good also to measure the blood pressure and ECG and pulse oximetry immediately, and you can see this. Also, on the place, after 10 minutes after first contact, it's a biochemical markers of cardiac damage. It's only hospital stage. Don't late thrombolysis. Then, the main methodics of the treatment is to give blood to the vascular, and it is being with acute myocardial infarction VCT. It can be the thrombolysis or pharmaco-invasive approach. Additionally to this treatment, of course, you should give to the ambulatory or use thrombolytics at the place, and also the stimulation of blood circulation, the pressure, which will give the blood circulation for heart, and noradrenaline 2 microgram in 1 minute with a gradual increase, preferably dopamine, fewer complications. It can be combined with dopamine infusion intravenously 5 hemodynamic response occurs, maximum up to 15 to 20 micro kg per minute, and the dopamine infusion intravenously 2 till 10, and crystalloid infusion, and also raising the lower limbs. It's don't forget about this simple thing, because if you, it's also support, like 70% of blood is there. Before you do this, you can do this raising the lower limbs. What is also important, the drug treatment of CS doesn't reduce mortality. Refusal of drug support can only increase mortality from SS. So the main successes are associated with the early myocardial revascularization. A lot of hope was laid on ECMO, like the tandem heart, and it's still a lot of discussions are ongoing. Some people say that it's still working, and the general opinion is not actually approved yet. Also, the use of intra-aortic balloon contraposition during the CABG patients, and we have effect here. Also, the digital indicators and time which must be used. 20 minutes time, 10 minutes initial medical contact, ECG, and 10 minutes ECG fibrinolysis, and transportation to the medical center. Also, the two preparates is drugs with single bolus injections, Internecta Plus and recombinant protein containing amino acid sequence. When we have this cardiac shock, of course, if we don't have time to give person to this medical things, the thrombolytic and the defibrillator, which you can also use, and also the severe heart failure. And also there are different in case of there are different relative contraindications, and not relative, of course. The success of thrombolysis is reducing the ST segment during first 60 to 90 minutes. If there is no indicator, then we can just do the repeat the thrombolysis. And also thrombolytics is staphylococcus recombinant and tenecteplase. In the part of research on using fortovizine, it's quite specific, and the usage, it doesn't depend on the weight of body weight of this treatment. So you put only 1, 2, or 3 sugar, but here we have the same effect because it is working on the small. So it doesn't affect. In 5 to 6 minutes, it's just evacuated. So even if you are afraid and you have this fear of contraindication, of course there are side effects also there, but you must be there for 5 to 12 minutes, and then the other mass of preparat will be out of this. And the hypovolemic cardiogenic shock
and it's persistent hypertension with preserved LV myocardial function, and it's relative hypovolemia, myocardial infection of the right ventricle, and absolute hypovolemia, administration of diuretics, profuse diuresis bleeding, and large fluid losses. So the conditions to treat this hypovolemic cardiogenic shock, of course, it's veins, the pulmonary artery, and catheter Swan-Ganz in the additions, also the central venous pressure in acute myocardial infarction, and echocardiography is all to return the fluid, and also you can put him horizontally. The oxygen also is can be used, so we can also increase blood pressure and quickly transfer to the hospital, and we can also do the physician the next the infusion with the speed sweet in the traditional way. The vasopressors via infusion pump, dopamine 2 to 10 microgram per kg in minutes. The rate can be increased every 5 minutes if the blood pressure is the same. Also, dopamine increases the need for oxygen. Side effects there should be using very. The noradrenaline has more side effects, and it's also making difficult the vasoconstriction, so it can have some disadvantages, but in this case with the cardiogenic shock it can work. Also, of course, it can be anticoagulants because the blood circulation stopped, the erythrocytes are moved, and heparin for 1,000 units according to this. The arrhythmic cardiogenic shock, it's supraventricular arrhythmias, atrial fibrillation, and paroxysmal supraventricular tachycardia, and ventricular arrhythmia and sinus bradycardia. So the first, it's what we can give for supraventricular arrhythmias. It's we can use a different preparat. Sometimes it's not a good, but the emergency also they have time. The amiodarone beta blocker with the control heart rate not more than 300 mg in 10 in 60 minutes, and of course the immediate cardioversion if medications are ineffective. The paroxysmal supraventricular tachycardia or atrioventricular nodal tachycardia, it's often resolved on its own, and we also have metoprolol, esmolol, and also ultra short acting, and with a high article. Then going next to the ventricular arrhythmia, ventricular fibrillation. It's a very difficult patients. That's why from the beta blockers, propranolol, metoprolol, and esmolol, then the amiodarone, and of course the correction of hypokalemia and hypomagnesemia. So the additionally the cells of heart will work because they don't have it. If ineffective, intravenous lidocaine, and emergency revascularization.
Sinus bradycardia and AB blockade, temporary endocardial cardiostimulation, atropine, and at the end I would like to show you the slide. This is Italy, COVID, sorry, grandma is 92, cardiogenic shock, COVID, and heart attack. Altogether, everything happened. Medical people have masks or protection devices, but it's not clear whether the grandma is happy or not, but at least they made her happy. I wish you the same in treating such a difficult complication as cardiogenic shock. Thank you. Thank you, Marat. Dear colleagues, the next presentation would be from Chief Doctor of Minsk, Alexander Evgenievich, please. Hello, dear colleagues. You have noticed there's some basic Belarusian language here, who know some Belarusian before we met in Moscow. Let me say something first in Belarusian language. I think everything was clear, everything what I said. A few words. You all heard a phrase, everybody is digging football and medicine. That was at least in Soviet Union. In medicine, you can hear in our country, at least many from medical service, they know the ambulance, and the reason because they all started from there. We have a person who likes to say that sometime he spent 8 years with ambulance. I work in the service for 34 years and I don't remember that guy. Talking about the perspectives, let me tell you about what we have or used to have. A few examples. In 1989 in Minsk, after disintegration of ambulance service from hospitals, we had 5 substations and now 11. In the beginning of 90s, we worked without gloves, with multiple syringes. We didn't know what is intravenous injections. Analog radios in the cars before, and now we have tablets. We had about 50% of doctoral brigades. Now we don't have them. We had a doctor who used to say that he worked for 30 years in ambulance service, and now people force me to try the electric cardiogram. Pulse oximeters, glucometers, masks. We haven't heard about many things. First we had Gazelle minivan in 1990s, now we don't have them. We didn't have any protocols. We were standing in queues to get salaries in line for hours. Now it's going to our cards. Now we have 167 brigades. Number of positions in 15 years increased by 517. Medical support of events. In 1990s we didn't talk about that. And after the tragedy at Nemiga in 1996, there were no doctors, and tomorrow we're going to have an event in Minsk with 26 brigades. Now we work 24/7, 365 days a year. A few words about the ambulance service in Belarus. This year, our service is 115 years old. The issue about creating ambulance service in Minsk was raised by the medical inspector of Minsk gubernia in 1909. It was established on October 7, 1910, after establishing the charter on the night duty of doctors. Today, 7th of October, is considered as the day of ambulance service worker. That's what we currently have in our country. 2 centers, Vitebsk region, Minsk region, and Minsk as a city, and then 21 stations, 101 department, 39 substations. So you see, we still have 96 posts. More than 9 million population in our country. We have 872 brigades. Number of visits per 1,000. I don't know what about you, but in Belarus, after 2021, we decreased number of visits. There was increased, decreased, and last year the figure is approximately the same. Obvious reason after 2020. Today it is official symbol of our service. Currently, Minsk city, almost 2 million people, 167 brigades, 1 brigade per 12,000 population. We have profile brigades, reanimation, pediatrical, psychiatric, others are paramedic. There is no other profile teams. The composition, doctor, paramedic, a nurse and driver. These are locations in Minsk, 11 substations, 2 in the center, others on the perimeter. We plan other substations. We accept calls. Same with anybody else. That's the trend of addresses. People say 1823, maximum load 1823 was 2 years ago. Now the figures are almost the same, from 10 to 23. We see a plateau. Our regular drive time, 20 minutes city, 30 minutes rural area. Emergency or urgent 2 hours city, 2:15, and 2:30 rural area. Equipment of only B and C vehicles. We don't have A-class vehicles in our service. Equip everything as usual. Focus is made on to domestically produced equipment. What we didn't have before, as I said, in 1999, we never had any brigade. And we can take a look at 2020. We got a bit less in 2021. Insignificant. In 2024 we had 4,800 events. In 2024 the number of events increased by 25%, number of engaged teams by 33%, number of engaged teams increased by 25%. That's where we participate. This is the last parade that we had last week. Today we spoke with many people. Indeed, it was at the evening. We started at 20:30. Reason is obvious. Our president in the morning went to Moscow to participate in Moscow parade. This is a place where we have a parade. This is a number of brigades, medical teams that was there. 31. To improve the level of practical skills, the doctors train in classes, interagency training, open competitions of emergency teams that became traditional. You see there are brigades in blue uniform. Every day, 2 brigades participate every day. 5 or 6 or 7 brigades. They want to attract the foreign ones. As we are here, I'm not saying Russian. If you want, leave your contacts or take mine. We will invite you. Please come. We will be happy to see you. On dispatching service, clearly it is integrated. If you take Minsk, St. Petersburg is here. They can take a look at the program and see something similar. When I was in St. Petersburg, I asked, whose it is yours? They said, domestic. We also have domestic. In 5 years, they admitted that initially it is from Belarus. In order not to take time, capacity is equal to others. This is the video wall, dashboard. Following St. Petersburg example, we include the Department of Hospitalization. Everybody has tablets, digital communication, Motorola, radios, what nobody's have. We are pioneers. Is a personal video registrator or video camera of medical doctor. At the end of this year, we must launch the info system of healthcare, where all the medical facilities must connect to. And what I said, today we have centralized system of only Vitebsk, Minsk region and Minsk city. In the future, we plan to do it everywhere in all the regions, and then possibly full, complete centralization with the center in Minsk. And the last thing, from 23rd to 26th of September, this year we'll have 5th open competitions of emergency or ambulance service teams. Please participate in our competitions. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much. I think it was so interesting to compare what is here, what is there. Dear colleagues, now we have a coffee break. I would like to invite you all there to come down. 20 minutes. Then third session. 20 minutes, please. 20.
Sekin sekin biza kamayib ketyapmiz. Endi eng kuchli odamlar qoldi-da, menimcha, ha? Я говорю, самые стойкие, да, остаются? Конечно. Так, у нас, кто у нас по? Пиковский. Здесь, ага, все, я увидел. Так, следующий доклад разрешите объявить. Автор Пиковский Вадим Юльевич, врач-анестезиолог-реаниматолог, доцент кафедры скорой медицинской помощи лечебного факультета, Российский университет медицины, Минздрава России, кандидат медицинских наук, главный внештатный анестезиолог-реаниматолог станции скорой неотложной медицинской помощи имени Пучкова, Москва, Россия. Современные принципы организации и реализации комплекса реанимационных мероприятий при внебольничной остановке кровообращения. Манамча juda qiziq, а? Bizada ham doimiy bo'lib turadi-yu bunaqa. Пожалуйста.
Глубоко уважаемые коллеги, благодарю вас за приглашение в вашу прекрасную страну.
Thank you for invitation in this beautiful country, great weather from our rather cold country, and today's subject would be dedicated to matters of hospital stop the bleeding. Unfortunately, today we don't have Russian registry that we are dreaming about, but some steps we make. If we pay attention, the figures on survivability to patients who are more or less socially rehabilitated after stagnation of circulation or circulatory arrest. Big difference. You see the figures.
Тем, что догоспитальная остановка сердца, основная проблема – это многоэтапное оказание помощи. И в первую очередь, начиная с первой помощи. То есть, если мы посмотрим, то при остановке сердца через 5 минут наступает биологическая смерть, то есть, условно говоря, мало перспектив. А до приезда бригады скорой медицинской помощи, как мы говорили, 20 минут по нормативу, но вот московские цифры примерно 10 минут для экстренных случаев, но этого все равно недостаточно, если пациенту не оказывали помощь окружающие до прибытия бригады скорой медицинской помощи. То есть основа для того, чтобы вообще можно было что-то говорить о дальнейшем продолжении реанимационных мероприятий, приехавшей бригадой скорой помощи, это, конечно же, базовая сердечно-легочная реанимация в рамках первой помощи. Ну, в 2023 году мы провели интересный анализ случаев реанимационных мероприятий, проведения, и увидели, что остановка кровообращения при бригаде – это, чуть больше трети всего лишь. Все остальные умерли до бригады. И дальше получилось вот что. Если пациент умирал при бригаде скорой медицинской помощи, это потенциально благоприятный исход СЛР. Более того, если на момент прибытия бригады скорой медицинской помощи окружающие люди, так или иначе прошедшие курсы первой помощи, проводили базовые реанимационные мероприятия, это тоже был потенциально благоприятный исход. Причем очень интересно, что цифры приближались к цифрам смерти при бригаде. И абсолютно неблагоприятный исход, если бригада приезжала к пациенту с так называемой остановкой сердца до бригады, и этому пациенту никакие реанимационные мероприятия не оказывались. Поэтому в данном случае, конечно же, моменты оказания первой помощи, в том числе проведение реанимационных мероприятий с использованием автоматических наружных дефибрилляторов, это очень важная и потенциально благоприятная тема для улучшения прогноза пациентов, умерших на догоспитальном этапе. На сегодняшний день в России есть порядок оказания первой помощи новый, в котором регламентировано разрешение для населения, в том числе, проводить реанимационные мероприятия вместе с автоматическим наружным дефибриллятором, если он есть, да, то есть при его наличии. Ну, теперь уже перейдем непосредственно на службу скорой медицинской помощи. Какая стратегия была у нас вчера, по большому счету, это так красиво говорить на самом деле, и сегодня тоже, при остановке кровообращения. Бригада начинает реанимационные мероприятия на месте, и если эти реанимационные мероприятия успешны, то есть мы оживили пациента, то пациент эвакуируется в стационар, и ему продолжаются уже постреанимационные мероприятия. То есть, если пациент не оживлен на месте, то этот пациент заведомо констатируется. Это стратегия достаточно, так скажем, рутинная, но это стратегия, которая не имеет никаких шансов на улучшение прогноза по сердечно-легочной реанимации, по улучшению цифр, которые я показал в первых слайдах. Что на сегодняшний день реально улучшает результат сердечно-легочной реанимации? Да, это всем известные, правильные, частые, незамедлительно начатые компрессии грудной клетки. Это проведение максимально ранней электрической дефибрилляции, если к ней есть показания. И что еще очень важно на сегодняшний день, это максимально рано попытаться устранить обратимые причины остановки сердца, которые мы все знаем, вот эти пресловутые 4H, 4T. И именно только если мы этот пункт тоже в своей стратегии применяем, мы можем говорить по-настоящему о расширенной сердечно-легочной реанимации. Ну, о чем идет речь? Вы видите, вот современная эвакуационная тактика при обратимых причинах внебольничной остановки кровообращения. То есть, каких пациентов мы должны вести в стационар, чтобы там можно было так или иначе прекратить вот эту вот продолжающуюся причину остановки и, возможно, оживить пациента. Поэтому сегодняшняя тактика, вот та тактика, которая должна быть принята сегодня, это мы начинаем реанимацию на месте. Если мы на месте видим, что у этого пациента, у неоживленного пока еще пациента, есть обратимые причины остановки кровообращения, которые требуют его перемещения в стационар, то значит в процессе медицинской эвакуации продолжается реанимация, он доставляется в стационар, где пытаются восстановить спонтанное кровообращение и уже продолжить постреанимационные мероприятия. То есть только такая тактика может дать нам какие-то плюсы в плане и оживления, и выживаемости пациентов. Встает вопрос. Понятно, что сердечно-легочная реанимация должна быть максимально непрерывна. И компрессии грудной клетки, они не могут прерываться надолго, и уж тем более на период медицинской эвакуации. Поэтому на сегодняшний день появляется достаточно большое количество устройств для автоматических компрессий грудной клетки. В том числе сейчас появился российский аналог, предположим, известного всем устройства Лукас, неплохо уже, который начинает себя зарекомендовывать. И именно эти устройства и позволяют нам не прекращать реанимацию во время движения автомобиля, что немаловажно. Ну, это те цифры, которые есть у нас на сегодня в Москве. Мы 182 свои бригады оснастили устройствами для автоматических компрессий грудной клетки. Вы видите структуру, ну, как бы тех устройств, которые у нас на сегодняшний день есть. Все эти автопульсы, которые есть, скорее всего, будут переоснащены на или российские арки, там, или, может быть, пока еще на Лукасы. Вот. Но суть в том, что вот эти бригады, это все равно, ну, условно, небольшая часть всего бригад на станции скорой помощи города Москвы за сутки. Поэтому какая наша тактика? Если сложилось все, и остановка сердца произошла у той бригады, у которой есть устройство для автоматических компрессий, и эта бригада видит, что у этого пациента обратимая причина остановки сердца, требующая перемещения в стационар, значит, бригада перемещает пациента на устройстве для автоматических компрессий в стационар. Гораздо чаще мы сталкиваемся с ситуацией, когда этого пациента надо транспортировать на фоне реанимационных мероприятий, но устройства для компрессии у этой бригады нет. Что делается в этом случае? Бригада начинает расширенную реанимацию на месте, вызывая на себя бригаду, у которой такое устройство есть. То есть такая двухэтапная система, и уже эта бригада доставляет пациента в стационар. Вот наши цифры. Вы видите динамику роста использования этих устройств. И если мы посмотрим структуру, то применение этих устройств по тактике на себя в большей степени, чем стартово, потому что просто меньше бригад на сегодняшний день оснащено этими устройствами. Понятно, что перспектива это, чтобы у всех бригад были такие устройства, но это пока перспектива очень светлая, да, в связи с, в первую очередь со стоимостью этих устройств, скажем так. Что можно сказать? Вот смысл, ради чего эти устройства нам нужны. Это и перемещение пациента непосредственно в автомобиль с места происшествия, если это необходимо, и перемещение пациента в стационар, если у него есть обратимая причина остановки кровообращения, а самостоятельное спонтанное кровообращение не появляется. И обратите внимание, сейчас немаловажная позиция – это поддержание искусственного кровотока для забора органов для трансплантации при безуспешной реанимации. Сейчас тоже этот пункт, в общем-то, находит свое, по крайней мере, развитие, да, перспективу. Важное условие – готовность стационара. То есть стационар должен быть готов, что ему привезли пациента с работающим там устройством, пока еще не оживленного пациента, он должен в это включиться. И в частности в Москве это решено приказами, внутренними муниципальными приказами по преемственности работы между догоспитальным этапом и стационаром, когда прописано, в каких случаях пациент доставляется в состояние клинической смерти в стационар, и его совершенно без всяких оговорок принимает революционная служба стационара и продолжает сердечно-легочную реанимацию, в том числе методики ЭКМО, в том числе методики через кожно-коронарного, через кожные методики, как коронарного вмешательства, если это необходимо, и, соответственно, готовиться к тому, что у пациента есть шансы на оживление. И завтра это то, что на сегодняшний день у нас есть такая одна бригада в Москве, планируется две, когда в стартовый комплекс реанимации уже на догоспитальном этапе, если есть показания, уже включается догоспитальное ЭКМО. У нас есть на сегодняшний день одна выездная бригада ЭКМО, СЛР в том числе. Реанимационные мероприятия продолжаются в процессе медицинской эвакуации и продолжаются в последующем стационаре. Цифры на сегодняшний день, по крайней мере, говорят о том, что перспективы у этих методик есть. Спасибо, коллеги.
Большое спасибо за интересный доклад. Просто nimaga so'rayapman, savollar bormi yo'qmi? Bizada O'zbekistonda bittayam apparat yo'q-da. Savollar yo'qmi? Savollar bo'lmaydi ikki xilda. Hech kimni tushunmadik, hammasini tushundik. To'g'ri? Mayli. Так. Следующий доклад. Современные технологии обеспечения гемостаза в практике скорой медицинской помощи. Москва. Кадышев Валерий Александрович, заведующий организационно-методическим отделом скорой медицинской помощи, главный внештатный инфекционист станции скорой неотложной медицинской помощи имени Пучкова, департамента здравоохранения города Москвы, кандидат медицинских наук, доцент кафедры скорой медицинской помощи, Российский университет медицины. Пожалуйста.
Добрый день, уважаемый президент, уважаемые коллеги. Я за 2 дня тоже кое-что уже освоил. Ваши язык ассаляму алейкум, талиф учил Муката Рахмат. Большое спасибо оргкомитету за это внимание, которое вы нам оказали. Я думаю, что мы расширим эту практику, потому что мы действительно никогда вас не были и очень хотели тепло вас поддержать в вашем таком первом ровном, причем на пятерку, хорошую уверенную пятерку мероприятий, за ту включенность, за то ваше внимание и, конечно же, за профессионализм, который мы всегда друг другу дарим, когда общаемся в таких мероприятиях. Большое спасибо. Я хотел сказать, что
Та тема, которую я вам представлю, конечно, в 10 минут это очень мало, но тем не менее давайте мы с вами перейдем вот к этому вопросу. Дело в том, что станция многие годы уже занимается различными клиническими апробациями, научно-исследовательскими работами, которые идут в рамках гранта, государственных заданий и так далее. Кровотечение является ургентной патологией, всегда требует оказания неотложной медицинской помощи. И вот несмотря на то большое количество методов и способов их установки, проблема достижения качественного гемостаза все равно сохраняется, и она всегда актуальна. И никто иной как именно специалисты скорой медицинской помощи, те, кто первые, кто рядом, оказывают эту медицинскую помощь пациенту с кровотечениями. И, безусловно, от качественно выполненной этой работы, оказания помощи, безусловно, зависит дальнейший прогноз заболевания этих пациентов. Я вам хочу сказать, что по приказу Министерства здравоохранения Российской Федерации, но я не думаю, что вам номера эти нужны, по табельному оснащению в выездных бригадах скорой медицинской помощи применяются вот эти все следующие гемостатические средства. Здесь есть медицинские изделия, фармакологические препараты. Но, тем не менее, эта палитра, она постепенно расширяется путем проведения различных клинических апробаций. Хотел сказать, что поиск новых инновационных медицинских изделий, которые позволяют в значительной мере сократить время и повысить эффективность устранения жизнеугрожающих тяжелых повреждений и лечения травматического шока, особенно в условиях скорой медицинской помощи, всегда является актуальным. И, безусловно, конечно, мы всегда учитываем те моменты, которые связаны, потому что та статистика и СВО, которая сейчас проводится, и многие другие литературные данные, они все-таки всегда говорят о том, что 30% погибших погибает прежде всего от массивной кровопотери, декомпенсации системы кровообращения, дыхания и так далее. И поэтому мы всегда используем те возможности, которые связаны с теми платиновыми минутами золотого часа. И, естественно, вот эту работу станция скорой помощи, которая носит имя Александра Сергеевича Пучкова, она не стоит в стороне, она активно занимается клиническими апробациями, внедряет результаты этих апробаций в практику. И мы с вами в этом плане должны сейчас это все увидеть. И, конечно же, тоже принять, может быть, эту практику на свои рабочие места. Я хотел сказать, что здесь представлена как бы некоторая хронология проведения апробаций, которые были проведены с 2020 года по пояс для иммобилизации костей таза при нестабильных переломах. Но понятно, что здесь были как раз 2015-2016 годы, закончили в 2019 году это кафедра военно-полевой хирургии военно-медицинской академии Сергея Мироновича Кирова в Санкт-Петербурге, была служба санитарной авиации Хейли Драйв Медспаса, ну и в Москве это как раз Центр травматологии и ортопедии Главного военно-клинического госпиталя Бурденко. Ну и станция скорой помощи не осталась в стороне, она также провела определенную апробацию по следующим, вот, наверное, вот так вот я все-таки пока останавливаю. Так, минуточку. Так, почему-то он у меня... Коллеги, можно чуть-чуть вернуть, потому что я смотрю, у меня убегает вперед. На 4-й слайд. Да, вот этот слайд, спасибо большое. Хотел сказать, что пояс для мобилизации костей таза, он в полной мере отвечает тем требованиям, которые связаны с оказанием гемостаза при внутритазовом кровотечении за счет определенной внешней компрессии, за счет вот этой вот фиксированной шкалы, которая здесь представлена цветом или арифметической на белом фоне, которая позволяет как раз сопоставить кровоточащие отломки, уменьшить просвет в области костей, в области полости таза, тем самым уменьшить венозный просвет, и в результате всего этого будет формироваться сгусток и снижается кровопотеря. Безусловно, конечно, мы использовали турникет-жгуты с таймером, которые тоже есть, в общем-то, в наших приказах и в табельном оснащении, но это тоже было как раз 2020-2021 год. Они себя очень хорошо зарекомендовали и были практически включены в наше табельное оснащение. Я хотел сказать, что была разработана вот такая карта клинической оценки индивидуального наблюдения при проведении этих клинических апробаций. Это вот и на турникет-жгуты, и на пояс для мобилизации костей таза. Вот эта работа позволила нам создать ту базу, чтобы было получено вот это регистрационное удостоверение. И, конечно, на основании этого уже, соответственно, многие службы могли дальше его использовать, это медицинское изделие. Здесь представлены характеристики, частота сердечных сокращений, дыхательных движений, там шкала оценки комы Глазго, здесь представлена оценка интенсивности боли и так далее. Трудность, сложность выполнения. Тем не менее, это вот все было апробировано и внедрено. Я хотел сказать, что, в общем-то, сама эта работа даже получилась такая, что мы тот контингент, который был у нас в нашей выборке, был направлен на неотложную детскую хирургию и травматологию, которую возглавляет эта клиника Леонида Михайловича Рошаля в Москве. Вот, соответственно, детский контингент у нас был именно полностью маршрутизирован на это учреждение, и Институт скорой помощи имени Склифосовского, где был взрослый контингент. Мы получили вот эти вот отзывы, которые в последующем послужили основанием для получения регистрационного удостоверения в Росздравнадзоре. Было включено в табельное оснащение, было включено включено в алгоритмы, прежде всего, оказания скорой и неотложной медицинской помощи. И здесь вот все представлено, эта страничка этого документа. Хотелось бы сказать, что эта работа продолжается и дальше, только она уже стала разрабатываться в тех ситуациях, когда может внешняя компрессия не обеспечить тот адекватный местный гемостаз. Что же тогда в таких ситуациях? Да, у нас было много всевозможных апробаций. Я только остановлюсь на одном моменте, который было связано с хитозаном, который включен в табельное оснащение и в приказ Министерства здравоохранения, который позволяет локальные местные гемостатические средства, они отрабатываются, именно как раз могут быть применены в тех ситуациях, когда просто внешняя компрессия, это область паха, это область грудной клетки, область живота, которая не позволяет в полном объеме наложить то же самое резиновый жгут, плюс все вот эти вот другие местные иммуниzaционные средства, прижатия и так далее. Вот поэтому, естественно, отрабатываются новые гемостатические средства, которые используют в своем механизме, не только внедряясь в механизмы нарушения свертываемости крови, но они еще и связаны с определенным локальным воздействием на место кровотечения при наружных кровотечениях. Здесь были отработаны, в общем-то, такие разные вещества, но в частности, один из них это хитозан, который я показываю, который достаточно хорошо показал в 96% случаев именно ту больше полуторагодичную выборку, которую мы создали. В чем особенность этого природного вещества, которое является природным биоразлагаемым, как раз полиаминным компонентом, который производится из хитина моллюсков и моллюсков, да, прежде всего. И, естественно, он связан с локальным воздействием за счет положительных частиц хитозана, за счет электростатического взаимодействия с отрицательно заряженными эритроцитами. Локально, местно возникает вот это вот кровяной сгусток, который не влияет на те естественные существующие механизмы коагуляции. И поэтому мы использовали и получили неплохие результаты. Я не буду останавливаться, сэкономить время на вот этой выборке, но тем не менее это так. Ну и вот это было дальше у нас, естественно, апробировано, и мы делали определенный публикационный набор вот таких материалов. Дальше это продолжалось в трехстороннем партнерстве по остановке носовых кровотечений, которые были связаны с научно-исследовательским грантом по оптимизации методик остановки носовых кровотечений, которые также были совместно с Центральным институтом отоларингологии имени Свержевского в Москве сделан по разработке новых конструктивных медицинских внутриносовых тампонов, которые тоже себя очень хорошо показали. Были получены патенты Российской Федерации на изобретение, были награждения определенные на международных салонах изобретений и новых технологий. Это 3D-модель носового тампона. Вот такой внутриносовой тампон с внутриточными склейками, который является как матрасик, когда мы его наполняем. Он достаточно хорошо комбинирует и очень хорошо коррегирует практически. Сейчас я попрошу президиум еще прям буквально 1,5 минутки, я тогда закончу, 1,5-2. Я хотел сказать, что вот эти результаты, они достаточно объемные, я только позавчера выступал в Российской академии наук в Москве, кстати, с большим полноценным докладом завершения научно-исследовательского этого гранта. Вот, поскольку это грант идет правительству Москвы, вот, который патронирует служба Сергея Семеновича Собянина. Ну и вот я вам показываю, что здесь были вот отработаны вот эти многие группы, которые показали, что больше было именно женщин в этой выборке. Средний возраст тоже достаточно такой 53-55 лет. Мы обратили внимание на очень интересные компоненты, которые связаны. Прежде всего, это, конечно, причинность этих кровотечений, это гипертоническая болезнь, применение различных антикоагулянтов. Ну, были другие причины, они были больше в таком единичных выборках. Ну и, конечно же, бригады сталкивались в основном с незначительным кровотечением, это несколько десятков миллилитров. Ну и, конечно, с легкой степени. Один случай только был средней степени. И обратите внимание на само время, потому что время проведения тампонада 1,6 минуты в первой группе. Первая группа, уважаемые коллеги, это были 3 группы по 75 человек в одной группе. Первой группы как раз включает именно вот этот тампон, баллон, который я вам показал с внутриточными склейками. Вторая группа, это именно была группа промышленного производства по типу лепесток, который тоже вы раньше видели. И марлевая трунда, третья группа. И вот у нас вот первая группа везде была во всех многих тех позициях, характеристик, которые мы отрабатывали, по ваш, по нож, сложность, время затраченное, естественно, показало хорошее наше преимущество. Мы получили результат прежде всего, 9,5 минут – это сокращение времени на проведение вообще выполнения передней тампонады. Задняя тампонада не проводится, передняя тампонада только на скорой помощи, вот, которая может проводиться. И, соответственно, из того сплетения Кисельбаха, которое вот существует. Ну и, соответственно, конечно, была выполнена эта работа. Вы видите преимущество 92% купирования именно с высоким таким процентом именно в первой группе, как раз вот тот разработанный тампон. Сейчас это все у нас внедряется, потому что мы уже много лет занимаемся вот этой проблемой. У нас эти тампоны используют наш коллектив. И вот показываю, где мы только здесь, вот, ну, мы, конечно, прошли Санкт-Петербург, Оренбург, и Уфу, Екатеринбург, в Москве многократно у нас это проходится на разного формата форумах, все вот наши вот эти вот мероприятия. И, конечно же, все не расскажешь за 10 минут, но тем не менее, работа эта продолжается, мы ее делаем, но не просто делаем, она у нас внедрена в практику врачей и фельдшеров скорой медицинской помощи. Это самое главное. И самое главное, что мы ищем вот эти самые интересные, самые такие актуальные темы, которые для нас, которые нам дают вот такую вот менее затратную, но в то же время, видите, результативный вариант. 9,5 минут – это оперативное время. В Москве это очень важно за счет. И, конечно же, качество – это болевой фактор в 5 раз ниже при проведении марлевой турунды, нежели проведение баллона интраназального. Вот это, наверное, как раз и подкупает. Ну вот есть телефон, есть возможности, мы продолжаем свою работу. Я вам желаю творческого благополучия, крепкого здоровья. Спасибо большое за приглашение и за внимание.
Большое спасибо, Валерий Александрович, за интересное сообщение. Так, следующий доклад. Опыт работы Центра лечения внезапной сердечной смерти. Проблемы первых 7 лет. Теплов Вадим Михайлович, докладчик, профессор кафедры скорой медицинской помощи и хирургии повреждений Первого Санкт-Петербургского государственного медицинского университета имени академика Павлова, Минздрава России, доктор медицинских наук, доцент. Я думаю, что тема очень интересная и достаточно актуальная. Пожалуйста, Вадим Михайлович.
Глубоко уважаемый президиум, глубоко уважаемые коллеги, действительно, тут остались самые выносливые, мне кажется, но это хорошо, что дотерпели до выступления. Приятно, что есть слушатели. Мы 7 лет назад начали работу, замкнув на себя поток пациентов с внезапной сердечной смертью. Это то, о чем рассказывал за выступление до этого Вадим Юрьевич Пиковский в Москве, а мы в Петербурге аналогичную работу ведем. Здесь больше взгляд стационарного этапа. Вот этот слайд – это мировой европейский регистр, в котором очень хорошие результаты. Они всегда так подкупают, когда на них смотришь первый раз, видишь, как много спасенных с помощью… Подсветочки нету, ЭКМО или есть. Вот, выжившие при ЭКМО СЛР, 1000 людей, и кажется, что все это так просто, а когда мы столкнулись глубже, выяснилось, что это очень большая комплексная проблема. Часть из проблем Вадим Юрьевич в предыдущем докладе озвучил. Это многоэтапность эвакуации, это проблема передачи такого пациента, это проблема оснащения кардиомассажерами и так далее. Я постараюсь эти вопросы в меньшей степени трогать, потому что они были озвучены. Каждому из этих вопросов можно посвятить отдельную лекцию на час, на полтора. Коротко с теми проблемами, с которыми столкнулись мы. Вот проведя анализ, скажем так, в городе смертей, то, что у нас есть, если пациент реально с рефрактерной остановкой кровообращения, не просто, что удалось восстановить как-то на догоспитальном этапе, с каким-то ритмом привести в стационар, выживаемость стремится к нулю. 98,8% летальность. Причем все выжившие, это реально выжившие пациенты, либо с переохлаждением, о чем будет один из следующих докладов, не помню, в этой секции или нет, либо с применением ЭКМО. То есть, по сути, если у нас нет этих технологий, мы не готовы полноценно заниматься спасением, то, по сути, спасение это невозможно. И это, конечно, глобальная проблема. У нас было за все время работы 188 таких пациентов, и существуют четкие критерии, они сейчас вы видите на слайде, это критерии не мы придумали, это критерии взяты на сайте ЭЛСА, это где ведется всемирный регистр вот этих пациентов, там предлагаются такие критерии для работы, в принципе весь мир плюс-минус на эти критерии ориентируется. Но реально, когда мы уже глубже проанализировали весь поток пациентов, с которыми мы работали, очень тяжело начать соблюдать критерии, когда перед тобой 20-летняя девочка или 25-летний мальчик с внезапной остановкой сердца из социальной семьи, просто аритмогенная ситуация, он умирает, и ты хочешь использовать все возможное. Так вот, за счет тех проблем, о которых Владимир Ильич озвучил, отсутствие свидетеля остановки кровообращения, непроведение реанимационных мероприятий на месте, трудности с эвакуацией, отсутствие оснащения, реально из почти 200 человек всего 9 соответствовало критериям. Это, конечно, тяжело. Это говорит о том, что именно для догоспитального этапа очень важно добиваться соблюдения критериев, важно уделять большое внимание первой помощи. И для себя мы четко поняли, что нам необходимо принимать решение об использовании технологии ЭКМО как технологии дорогой, решением консилиума, который вообще не участвует в процессе лечения пациента. То есть кто-то заочно, не глядя на пациента, чтобы не попасть в эмпатию, чтобы не начать испытывать сопереживание, принимает решение четко со стороны, даже не подходя к пациенту, просто на соответствие критериям. Это, казалось бы, мелочь, но очень важный момент. Следующий момент, конечно, мы активно используем ультразвуковую диагностику для пункции, потому что, во-первых, нет никакого времени на широкий доступ, и только пункционно за короткий промежуток времени можно использовать, это снижает риски. Тем не менее, у нас бывали разные истории. Вот, например, вот пациентка, одна из которых поступила, 52 года женщина, она сейчас, кстати, деканнулирована, уже без аппарата ЭКМО, но коматозная пока. Ну вот, посмотрите, какой у нее тяжелейший сколиоз, естественно, что анатомия там соответствующая, в том числе и сосудов. И вот, как вы видите, вот у нее, например, пунктировали, вот на снимочке слева эти канюли видны, а на снимочке справа, чтобы было более понятно, мы их подкрасили. Вот синяя — это венозная канюля, она стоит там, где надо, а артериальная канюля, первая, которая была пропунктирована, вот приняла вот такую непонятную форму, ушла куда-то там в брюшную полость, потом ее пришлось вынимать, а вторая артериальная только заработала. Тем не менее, пациентка до сих пор жива, хотя, конечно, уровень сознания такой кома 1-2. А вот еще одна из историй, например, пациент. Мы же получаем пациентов, которые никак не обследованы, по ним минимум информации. Это пациент-диспластик с серьезными нарушениями соединительной ткани, как мы потом в последующем выяснили. Вот у него, например, была выполнена пункция венозная канюля, она вроде как пункция прошла успешно, но потом чуть выше она пробила стенку вены и уже в брюшной полости царапала брюшную аорту, и тем самым мы еще получили внутрибрюшное кровотечение. Между прочим, этот пациент выжил и был выписан. То есть, как бы, истории сложные, каждый раз они трудные, и бывает по-всякому. Это все те проблемы, с которыми мы сталкиваемся сразу с этими пациентами. И в итоге такой типичный пациент с ЭКМО – это пациент, у которого не только есть синдром ишемии, перфузии и тотальное гипоксическое поражение головного мозга, почек, печени, ДВС, синдром тяжелого, но зачастую у него еще тяжелейшая массивная кровопотеря, признаки полиорганной недостаточности. Это, конечно, глобальная проблема, о которой тут можно говорить не то что часами, это занятие на несколько дней. Поэтому вскользь касаться не будем. Ну вот эти вот наши пациенты, 28 пациентов, у которых мы реально приняли попытки спастись при применением ЭКМО. Как я уже говорил, лишь 9 из них соответствовали критериям спасения. И это опыт, по факту, если мы выкинем ковид, опыт 4 лет, и мы нас замыкаем этот поток. Вы понимаете, какой огромный пласт пациентов гибнет, потому что не соблюдаются этапы вне медицинской организации на догоспитальном этапе. По сути, нам удалось отключить от ЭКМО, то есть добиться комплекса жизнеспасающих мероприятий 6 человек. Вот, 3 из них поправилось, выжило, но вот эти 3 из них, соответственно, погибли, несмотря на то, что нам удалось устранить причину остановки кровообращения. И вот отдельный момент, конечно, важный, это пациенты, которые умирают, уже будучи подсоединенными к ЭКМО, и это глобальная проблема, с которой мы сейчас сталкиваемся, это проблема констатации смерти на ЭКМО. Это пациент, который по факту умер дважды, у него остановилось сердце, а в последующем у него на фоне тяжелой гипоксии погиб головной мозг, а существующие у нас в стране протоколы констатации смерти мозга неисполнимы, потому что у него нет стабильной гемодинамики, мы не можем запустить протокол, и таким образом казуистика получается. Человек умер дважды, а он бессмертен, мы не можем поставить ему смерть. Это, конечно, проблема, с которой мы сейчас вынуждены работать в правовом поле, и проводить сейчас определенные юридические мероприятия по изменению порядка констатации смерти головного мозга, вводить новые пункты. Но это не только наша проблема, в принципе, весь мир сейчас идет этим путем. И вносить изменения даже в наш базовый 323 федеральный закон, который, в общем, говорит о помощи, об оказании помощи всем пациентам по всем направлениям. Глобальная проблема, с которой мы сейчас тоже сталкиваемся, это вот эти вот выжившие пациенты, они хоть и единичные, но в России сейчас нет протоколов, как этих пациентов дальше вести, наблюдать. Нужно ли им делать, например, там, МРТ сердца, нужно ли им делать генетику, нужно ли делать генетику их родственникам. И поскольку таких пациентов крохи, пока в каждом центре есть там 3, 4, 5, 6 выживших пациентов, в Москве есть кто-то, есть в Новосибирске, в Набережных Челнах у нас, но это слезы, там, это там 20-30 человек на всю страну, и мы пока не можем прийти к каким-то единым общим протоколам. Вот. И о чем уже говорил Вадим Юрьевич, мы активно используем эти протоколы не только для спасения. Если мы не можем спасти пациента, мы переходим к констатации биологической смерти на фоне расширенной сердечно-легочной реанимации, применяем ЭКМО посмертно для спасения уже не человека, которому констатировали биологическую смерть, а внутренних органов печени и почек, и выполняем трансплантацию. У нас достаточно много эффективных доноров. Это, извините, слайд старый. У нас уже порядка 30 эффективных доноров. Вот, и как бы работа ведется, и число их нарастает, и как бы это такой достаточно важный пул с учетом нашего законодательства и достаточно активно развивающийся в последние годы трансплантации посмертных доноров в Российской Федерации. Большое подспорье было вследствие того, что в Российской Федерации за последние 2 года разработаны отечественные аппараты экстракорпоральной мембранной оксигенации. Если у вас будет рассматриваться вопрос закупки они достаточно простые, эффективные, дешевле, и можем их рекомендовать для использования, в том числе для ЭКМО сердечно-легочной реанимации. Эти технологии позволяют достаточно неплохо работать. Причем не 1, а 2. У нас сейчас разработан хороший тариф, это тариф на 23 год, тариф на 25 год, еще больше, порядка 1 000 000 рублей только за инициацию процедуры ЭКМО, что в принципе достаточно неплохо в рамках введения таких пациентов. Как бы мы в этом направлении движемся, тарифы пересматриваем, и как бы это государство в этом плане активно помогает нам. Ну, так вот, если коротко, я постарался не трогать клинические проблемы введения такого пациента, потому что, повторюсь, это многочасовые лекции, это курсы занятий, а только обозначить те проблемы, с которыми мы сталкиваемся буквально сразу при взаимодействии с догоспитальным этапом. Спасибо большое.
Большое спасибо. Так, hozircha ikkinchi seksiyam bitirdi. Hozir ular kelishyapti. Я так думаю, уважаемые коллеги, вторая секция, секционное заседание у нас закончилось. Они все идут к нам в зал. Так, мы, наверное, подведем.
So I think we will make short conclusions. Let us wait the other participants, so we will not repeat ourselves. Let us just wait for a few minutes. Let us make conclusions of our first day of the conference. There will be kind of discussion. I would like to ask our guests. Maybe you want to say something, maybe a few words, or maybe we can just finish on this note. To all specialists, to all experts who were participating, we really express our gratitude. Also for the participants, for your patience, for your attentiveness. Thank you, guests, that you were sharing your valuable knowledge and experience. Tomorrow we will have a lot of master classes. I think it will be very interesting and very useful, and it will be practical. So you can see the practical things, how to do it, what to do it. So please don't skip tomorrow's sessions. So tomorrow we will start at 8 in the morning. Please don't be late. So please be ready for registration. Then we are going to start our sessions at 9. And also we would like to say that be very attentive, be engaged. So did you hear what the association can do? If you did hear, then please be actively engaged, and it's very important for all of you. And tomorrow, let's see each other, and tomorrow we can talk more about it. Thank you very much. Thank you everyone for the participation.